12:40 on Tuesday, May 17th, 2016. We are gathered in the City Center Conference Room at 351 West Center in Provo, Utah. This meeting is being broadcast live on YouTube, Provo Channel 17, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. We will have the roll call. Mr. Norman.
Corey Norman. Dave Connect.
Kay Van Buren.
Gary Whittington.
Louise Jorgensen.
Dave Hardy.
Dave Sewell.
Kim Santiago.
George Stewart. Cliff Strachan.
We excuse Mr. Parker and Mayor Curtis. Mayor Curtis's mother passed away on Monday, so our thoughts are with he and Sue and their family at this time. We will begin with an opening prayer by Gary Winterton.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful this day for the opportunity we have to meet as a city council. We pray that thy spirit will be with us, that we will be inspired by thee and the decisions that we make. We're thankful for the great community we live in, where we have to live, the residents here. We're grateful for the employees that do so much work for our community. And we ask that thy spirit will be with them. We pray especially at this time for the Curtis family, as they have lost a mother and a loved one. We pray that they will be comforted and be blessed in their activities over the next few days. We ask that thou wilt watch over and be with us in all that we do. Bless our families, Father. Bless the people that we associate with. And we say this in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
So there are no minutes to be approved for this work session. We do have recognition. Is she here? We'll let a little bit
She'll
later.
be here a little bit after 1.
Okay. So we will just begin then with our first item of business, which is a discussion on an amendment to a development agreement, removing the requirement that each dwelling unit be occupied by the owner. This will be presented by Dion Turley.
Thank you. I have some handouts. They kind of give an idea of the plan that we're putting in place in this. I introduce myself. I'm Dion Turley, and I currently live at in the Grandview South neighborhood. And my husband is Robert Stephen Turley, and Joan Hutchinson is also here. And the three of us, during this past month, purchased the property at 660 East, 300 North. And that was just in April when we purchased that. The property carries a development agreement approved in 2006. And the zone change took place, it was granted to a pro zone. This agreement now has to be modified to include our plans in place of the original plans, and you'll see the original ones on pages 16 to 19. We felt it would be wise to request an additional change that you see before you at the same time. Current language in the development agreement on page 20 has the paragraph that reads, for at least 15 years following the effective date of the covenants, conditions, and restrictions, each dwelling unit shall be occupied by the owners thereof. And we're asking for the deletion of this paragraph in the two places that it occurs. We assume that this was put in place to prevent the property from becoming dense student rental housing. This modification does not affect the zoning ordinance for this property. We feel that our development of the property is in keeping with the intent of the stipulation, because my husband and I will occupy one unit of the twin home, and Joan Hutchinson will be occupying the other unit. In addition, the designs of these homes are not really suited for student rentals, rental units anyway. We've heard the following from city officials and neighbors and friends, and these are: one, that the requirement is no longer used in zoning and housing agreements in the city. The two, the city officials have recently removed this requirement from properties that had it in place. And that three, these restrictions are unenforceable by the city. And four, and this is the one that's of most concern to us, that banks are unwilling to finance projects having this sort of restriction. So Joan and I attended the recent meeting of the Joaquin neighborhood to inform them of our plans. And we showed them our plans, and the owner-occupant requirement came up in conversation there, along with the concerns mentioned. The residents who were present reacted positively to our plans and seemed to understand our concerns. And for these reasons, we're asking the council to approve the modification of our development agreement, including the removal of the owner-occupied requirement. And there are additional pages in the handouts I gave you showed the plans that we would be putting in place of that Exhibit C, which is pages 16 to 19 on the original development agreement. So that's, if there's questions.
Mr. Stewart?
Why would you remove that if you're going to be owner occupied?
I'm mostly concerned, the biggest concern I have right now is that if, when we're going to the bank and asking for the construction loan, that they were unwilling to finance that. That's something we haven't thought of, because when we saw that those restrictions were there when we bought the property, we thought, well, that's fine for us because we're going to be owner occupying. But if that's going to cause a problem with financing, then that's going to be a problem for us.
I don't think it causes a problem with financing, does it?
I don't know. That's just what I've been hearing. I was speaking with Celeste Kennard, who's a vice chair in the Milwaukee neighborhood, and she said that that has been a problem since about the recession took place. I'm assuming it's because banks that end up with properties that have that have difficulty with them.
I haven't heard that being an issue. In addition, the city can enforce. You said they're unable to enforce. That's not true.
Okay.
Because they are reluctant to enforce, and it's difficult to enforce because they keep track of. But I don't think, unless I'm missing something, can we still enforce?
I think it's a difficult one to enforce.
Difficult to enforce, but not that you can't enforce.
Okay.
There's a difference. Okay.
And then the other reason that we were looking at this is, down the road, Joan, for example, is a single widow, and things might change in her life where she might want to keep the property but not live there. Those are things that we don't know. But at this point right now, we're saying this is where we intend to live. We're designing the homes after what we would like to live in. So we feel like that it keeps with the intent of the agreement that's there, but it gives us more flexibility in the future.
So I'm on the NeighborWorks board. We have a couple of bankers on the board, and this has come up before. And I would not be surprised if I found out that you have a problem finding a bank that will lend on this with those restrictions. That is what we've heard, and so are you going to explore that? I mean,
we're putting together documents right now to submit. We have a mortgage broker who's working with us to find a lender for the construction project.
That might be instructive instead of people theorizing. If you came back and said, yeah, we can't find anybody.
Right.
Is this one lot or two lots?
It's one lot that we're going to have to subdivide in order to do it.
Subdivided into two.
It will have to be subdivided.
Okay. And that's, sorry, you seem to sort of react. That's your understanding as well?
Yeah, I thought the reason it was it's a development like it is and you're doing covenants is because it's two homes on one lot. That was my understanding, yeah. Is that
it's currently one lot. It has one serial number. The zone says that it is zoned, has a pro zone to allow a twin home. And what we've been hearing is that we would have to subdivide if it's a twin home. Is that, okay.
I don't think that's correct, but anyway.
You don't know if that's correct? Okay. You may want to look into that a little bit. Here's the whole point of twin homes.
I think that's the difference between a duplex and a twin home. The duplex is, well, I don't know. When we purchased the lot, I thought we purchased the lot, we get a building permit, and we build it. And then I find out, no, we're now developers. So
Okay.
it's not something we've done before.
You may want to work with Bill Pepperoni and just verify if that is a requirement. And maybe you have the choice. I don't know, but you might want to look into it, explore. He's a great resource.
Right, and we have spoken, and we brought Carrie Walls into it, and she said it looks like it had to be a PUD. So we're just moving forward on the best information that we have.
Right. No, that's fine. And the reason why I bring that up is if it was a single lot, even if one of that concern about possibly moving and wanting to rent it at least one of the units could be owner occupied, and so.
Yeah, but that's not the way it reads. This one says, each dwelling unit shall be occupied by the owners thereof.
Right.
And so that indicates that if you have two dwellings.
I guess where I was coming from it is, I mean, we want to make sure that we treat every applicant the same, and so, you know, even if we feel very comfortable with what you're presenting, we want to make sure we're not setting bad precedent
Right.
for other things. And so, looking at this, you know, it might be easier to make the change to, you know, at least one of the units will be owner occupied, which is something similar that we do for accessory apartments.
Right, and we'd be willing to do that. That'd be fine. In fact, one of the things we've considered doing in CC&Rs, which we will be required to have recorded, is that said if one owner decides to sell, then the other owner has rights of first refusal, and that would, you know, that would help us too. But
Yeah.
again, one owner can't live in both units. So,
Correct.
so but if that was the case,
Yeah,
then
and it's
that's
an
fine.
easier, to me, it would be an easier change to make, rather than eliminating the whole restriction.
Or even if
just
it was a
reduce
shorter
it.
than 15 years.
Well, yeah, we're only to what, 6 years left on this restriction?
Not necessarily.
No.
No,
It says from the time the CC&Rs are recorded.
Oh.
And so it's 15 years from the time
Okay,
we actually get,
and yeah, and that's something, again, I would feel more comfortable with shortening it rather than eliminating it. You know, maybe just as simple as, you know, 15 years from the effective date of when this development agreement was put into place, and then it would be just another 6 or so. So there might be some other things that would be not quite just waiving it, but modifying it to fit your needs better.
okay, well, what do you recommend we do then? I mean, would we need to come back to another work session next month, and then final approval will be another month away, or?
So you want this removed, and you have other language that you were like putting in regarding if one sells, the other has first option.
Well, we were going to put that in CC&Rs, but that's,
Okay. And I have a question about,
but if we did that, we still need to have this removed because, right, you see what I'm saying?
right. So the area that you're building in, how much home ownership is in that area right now?
Probably, well, there's, right next to it is an apartment complex, it's a building, but I think it's a 6 or 8 unit building. And I know around the corner on that same block is an apartment complex. I'm not sure how many are in there. I know it's a larger one. But there are still quite a few single family homes in there, and that's what made that look inviting to me.
There are single-family homes. The
Yes.
question is, how many are owner-occupied? I think it's not that many.
Well, from
I
this
know
area, in this area.
I know of
south
4.
Yeah, south of about 500 north is where they're trying to maintain the single family and more owner occupied. But if you're looking citywide, it's only, what, 49% or whatever is homeowner
The reason I'm asking is we had a discussion,
as opposed to rental.
NeighborWorks owns a property on 350 North, I believe, and the same location. And we're looking at tearing down and rebuilding, maybe doing a pocket park, pocket neighborhood. And the question was, should it be for sale for home ownership? And the answer was, there's really no home ownership close by on that street or in the area. That's why I was asking, because it seems to be so highly populated with students in that particular part of Joaquin.
Well, after we purchased the property, I started going to some neighbors. And I went to my first one, they've been there for 20 years, and then the next one, they've been there for about, I don't know how long, longer than that.
Okay.
Those are older couples that live in those 2 homes there. And I didn't get around, but just looking at the county's map of the record, property records there, I know that there are at least those 2. I know that there's at least 1 or 2 on the other side that are, adjacent to our property. So
this is a neighborhood that you feel comfortable buying into and investing in.
well, we've done it. I can't say I haven't had some misgivings after the fact. But that's the plan. And we're designing the home with the idea that we'll be there. You know, we're going to stay. My husband works at BYU. It's, you know, it's kind of close for him. But, you know, more than that, we plan to retire there. But that's our plan right now. And frankly, the house we're planning to build wouldn't really work very well for student housing. So if we sold it, I think we might have trouble selling it. So I mean, we're in. We've made a commitment now, so.
Mr. Andrew?
Seems like to me, with what they're trying to do in the neighborhood, that it fits pretty well with what our attitude is as a city, to keep occupied people there. And if we did something like, Mr. Hardy was mentioning, at least one occupant was owner. And then also, it's also encouraging family. I mean, it's taking it away from our fear of what the neighborhood is. So I think it's a positive thing for that Mr. Rock.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the plan, well, and the neighborhood plan calls for that area to be, you know, more of single family and, you know, long-term residents are looking for some stability, in which you would provide, you know, in that area. So to me, it seems like a good fit. And I know that the concern for those that live in that area who are long-term residents is to avoid someone from just buying and then turning it into a rental.
I think that's why it's been vacant so long.
But you also have 2 unrelated persons as opposed to the state statute, which is 3 unrelated persons would be considered family. And so you have a couple of safeguards in there that really make this undesirable as a rental. So, and
The reason those conditions are put in development agreements is because some people plan something and things change. And so 2 years from now, 3 years from now, it could change and you could rent it. Right?
Yeah, we could, but I don't know if we could.
Well, you could.
then they could have 2 people
Yeah.
live there.
That's why the conditions are put in. That's why we had those development agreements. Time.
15 years wasn't there.
The idea is that we'll be there, you know, long-term. So if one of our children, you know, needed to move in to help take care of us, I mean, that's a possibility. But that's within the family, though.
That would be allowed even with this condition.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with a 5-year?
Probably.
Well, this is the thing, I'm a widow. I
So-
don't know what my future would be if somebody popped into my life in a year or 2.
But 5 years probably would be okay.
Yes,
It just makes your property more valuable, so it's nice to ask, because it does increase the value of the property, because it could be rental.
And the homes are built to be, it's a family home, it's not like it's gonna be an easy thing for students to live. It's just not conducive.
Do we know, thank you, do we know if the problem with the bank financing is related to the existence of this clause or the length of it? Like if both. So if we're gonna shorten it, maybe we should find out what that threshold is. If we get below that to where there wasn't a problem with financing, then that might be good as well.
I don't think we have enough information, actually, because if the banks have a problem with it, we ought to eliminate it.
Okay, well,
Yeah, unless their only problem is, you know, length, if it's like 2 years or something. Then it might not be.
Well, and that's a possibility, because some federal loans require you not to be able to flip it for a year or 2.
My impression is that the council is supportive of what you're trying to do. I think all of us see this as a development proposal that furthers the interest of the neighborhood and the city. And so hope we're not discouraging you in any way from this, but we are looking for a way to work with you, find a best solution that still has some of the protections that were put in place for the neighborhood. As has been mentioned, sometimes plans change, and so and there's been times where someone says they're going to do one thing, then afterwards they do something else, and so we have to kind of try to treat everyone equally and that. So if we, maybe it's that not all banks will do it, and so I think that some more research may need to take place. Like I said, a reduction in time, or that only one of the units need to be owner occupied. To me, that's a much easier thing to agree to. But with just more information from banks, if this is something that almost no bank will do, then that's different than if only a few won't do it. And so more information. I don't know the answer, which is the reason why I didn't answer your question. I don't know the answer as what would the next step be. Would you have to come back to this meeting, or if it could just move? So I don't know if someone else has an answer to that.
I think we can place it on a council meeting if there, if there were some things you could do in the interim to address some of these questions. It would be beneficial for you to maybe address some of these questions by the time you come, and the next meeting would be in 2 weeks, but.
Actually, 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, we do have precedent for this, for at least a year, when we approved the townhomes just off of 500 West, I think there were 7 townhomes, and maybe that was in the CCNRs. There was a requirement that they had to be owner occupied for 1 year, so they wouldn't just, build them and automatically turn into rentals. So I know there's at least a 1 year requirement there. That didn't seem to be a problem. We haven't heard, unless you've heard Bill differently.
No, I like David connects that. I think that is established in the industry. 1 year is established in the industry because of some of the loans that have strings attached to them. But 15 years, I can't imagine a lending institution that would agree to that.
Even 5 might be questionable.
Right.
So, I don't know if that's something that councilors would be comfortable with.
If we felt okay on 2, could we write it up for 2 and?
Again, we should talk to a bank and find
Okay.
out if they're even going to agree to
Right.
2, because if 2 is too many,
Oh,
we
right.
need to know that.
Well, we should know that soon because the paperwork's going in this weekend, I think, or
Yeah.
it's right now, today. Today, we'll have paperwork going in. We should get word back within a week. So,
There is some urgency on your. part
well,
to get
we're anxious to get
this.
started so that we can get our house in the market while things are still selling.
I was just gonna send a text to Charlene. She's my guru. She knows all this stuff. And ask her if they would loan on something with really any kind of restriction, 2 years, 5 years, because we face that all the time. And anyway, that would be my resource.
Is somebody at a bank or is that?
Well, we do loans and we do a lot of things where we're not a bank, but we.
Yeah. It was Celeste Kennard who
She's on our
said,
board.
she's the one who said the banks weren't going to do this.
That's correct, but when it comes down to numbers, we know that they'll honor the 1,
Okay,
but would they go 2, 3, or 4, or do they want nothing to do with it?
okay. All right.
So
Yeah, so my thought is, did you have a comment?
I was gonna make a motion, but go ahead.
Okay, my thought is if we give you the opportunity to meet staff and come back with some language, prepare some language that the council could consider, and let me know when you're prepared to do that, then I can put it on the council meeting agenda.
So let's try to do that within a
Within the
week. So there's plenty of time to get onto that next
Yeah, I can do
agenda in
that.
3 weeks.
And we just need how much notice for that? I think it's,
I don't think it has been,
we like to have it the Thursday before the meeting. I mean, at least that much notice. We want it to be publicly noticed, and then for council members to be able to review documents, that kind of. We would at least the Thursday before that Tuesday meeting, but as early as you can get that.
The first I had heard it even talk about whether banks would finance this was when I attended the neighborhood board meeting for Joaquin Neighborhood. And Celeste Kennard is on that board, and that she was the one who brought that up. And, you know, I hadn't heard that before. But when we attended the neighborhood meeting, the general neighborhood meeting last month, she also was there, and there were neighbors who asked about that. And when, you know, we told what our plans were and what she had input there, and neighbors who expressed some concern said, we understand that. Fine. So we'll go ahead.
Does that change your motion?
I think that obviates the need for the motion. And I just also maybe want to make a quick comment. We have a ton of items on the agenda today, and we're about 15 minutes behind.
I promised Louise I'd be 2 minutes.
So we don't need a motion, just you'll meet with her, come back with some language that we can address in the meeting.
Yes.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
What's that? Okay, well, we have the great opportunity to have our high school intern, Hadley Gordon, is a senior. She's graduating from Provo High School this in a week, I think.
Yes.
On Monday?
Wednesday.
Okay. And she's been interning for our office this year. And recently she was featured in Utah Valley 360, is that right? Right there, or Utah Valley Magazine, as one of the 20 seniors who will make a difference in the world. So we thought we would give you some time in the spotlight, tell you how much we appreciate you and the work that you're doing. And from what I understand, you're going to be working a little bit longer this summer before you go off to
Hawaii
for school. So you want to tell us a little bit about where you're headed, what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm going to be going to BYU Hawaii. It starts actually August 1st, and so I'm really excited about that. And my plan is to possibly transfer back to BYU, and I'd like to somehow work in government someday or something like that. So, thank you.
Thank you for the work you do for us, and we look forward to seeing you back at Provo City.
Thank you. I hope so.
So incidentally, she will be paid intern now for the next month and a half or 2 months, and then she's off to BYU Hawaii. But I do want you to be aware of this. It says in the description down here, plans after high school, run for local, state, and then presidential office. So just be careful where she moves.
We'll look forward to that.
All right. Thank you. Abby. So the next item of business is a discussion on citizen access to and participation in the policy making process. And this will be presented by Rachel Stone. She's a technical support specialist who's also an intern for our office not too long ago. I appreciate you coming back to us.
Yeah, and this is great that we recognize Hadley, because Hadley was a part of the research on some of the products that I'm talking about today. So I'm really thankful for her insight.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. So in the last leadership meeting, among the council leadership, we talked about civic engagement products that the council might be interested online. And Soren Schmidt in the last work meeting gave a wonderful presentation on online civic engagement and showed you some of the tools that we're going to go over today. So thankfully he took some of the burden off of the presentation today. We should be able to make this pretty quick. Essentially there were 3 or 5 There are 5 priorities that the council enumerated as part of online civic engagement. 1, you want to interact with citizens prior to meetings. You want to know what they think. You want it to be representative, so not just the small 5% of citizens that interact with you all the time. We want to facilitate transparency. Kim specifically, Councilwoman Santiago, specifically wanted a one-stop shop for information from the councils, preferably in the form of pages with videos, all the updates and information in a single centralized location. So that's been a priority for us. We also wanted to ensure that engagement is accessible and user-friendly for citizens to use repeatedly. So not just use once and say, okay, that was good, cool tool, but to come back and continue using it and engage that way. We also wanted to find a platform that didn't overburden government staff. We did not want the monitoring to fall on Karen or anyone in the council staff's shoulders. And we found a way to do that with some of the following products. And the last one, of course, is to be budget friendly. So we ultimately looked at 3 pretty robust tools. And I'm just going to give you the overview with this slide. I ordered these rather in order of sophistication. So Speak Up here on the left was the most basic product available. It's a product by Granicus. It's offered for $7,500 a year. They did have a special promotion where if we signed up by the start of our new budget, so by July, they would give us the rest of 2016 free. So we start the $7,500 with $625 a month payments in January, which is great. But you can only do 3 things with Speak Up. You can submit ideas, you can comment on other people's comments, and you can submit and take surveys. And that's it. And so there's not a lot of sophisticated interaction there. One thing that's nice is that Speak Up users are able to log in with Facebook, so it's easy to get started, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we get their address and neighborhood information, and so there's a big loss there. Okay. Another thing to know about Speak Up is that it's not moderated. This is the only tool that we look at that didn't have monitoring service, and that correlates with its price. All right, so Open Town Hall was wonderful. I also gave you this handout sheet, which is kind of an enumeration of features, and if you go through everything in the middle column, it gets the most check marks because Open Town Hall does the most. It's more expensive. It's $10,000 to about $11,000 a year. But you can do a number of things with Open Town Hall, and I'll show that to you. It's also moderated, and it can be integrated into provo.org. So we don't necessarily need a new URL or Open Town Hall Provo or Open Provo. It could just be within provo.org, which is, I think, an advantage for us and for Brian and I. Another advantage of Open Town Hall is there's a lot of public-facing visibility. So the public can almost do all the analysis that we would do as a government, which is great for transparency. Bang the table, I won't talk about that much. The product is actually called Engagement HQ, just for semantics purposes. It does a lot of the same things as Open Town Hall, but it's international and it's way more expensive, as you can see. So real quick, Speak Up, like I said, it's unmoderated.
What does that mean? When you say moderated or unmoderated?
That's a great question. So the moderated sites have people from the company looking at every comment that's ever posted and seeing if it's uncivil or profane, and if it needs assistance, if somebody needs assistance with a product, they'll reach out to them. Speak Up is not moderated, meaning that people will post on this platform and we won't know. If Karen's the one administrating this, she'll only get alerts on comments that are flagged by other users. So she won't get notifications in an incoming stream when people post. It'll only happen when someone says, I don't think this is a good comment. And Speak Up likes to boast that that barely happens, but basically Karen will be out of the loop unless she gets on the platform. Does that make sense? So not that great. It's very basic.
But if it's moderated, then Karen gets a notification or they take it off.
Karen can take off the comment.
So they can't take it off, but they just notify.
Yes, exactly. I want to move this over here. So this is an example of Speak Up. It's kind of a cluttered looking site, not really my favorite. I don't know if Brian would love it, but that doesn't matter. It's really just so basic anyway. You can have comments, you can support it, you can write ideas, but it's not at the level of sophistication we're looking for. Open Town Hall is great. It fills in all sorts of holes. It's a product of Greek democracy, and it's used by a number of governments here in Utah. I just want to bring you straight to some of the examples. I don't think you got these with Soren last time. So here's Feedback Tulsa, and this is a lot cleaner of a format. These red ones are closed topics. If we go down here to the bottom, we can click on Optimize Downtown. It'll show us the topic overview. If I go to the topic, there's a lot that I can do simply from the public side. I don't have to be logged in as an admin. So here's the introduction page. This kind of fills in Council Member Santiago's request that we have a single centralized page with information. There can be pictures, videos. We can look at feedback and see all the pieces of comments that have been posted based on this topic. One wonderful thing about this is the public can also look at a word cloud, noting what actually is being talked about on this topic. So they're able to see downtown, we need more, and maybe more buildings, and then bike. That's an interesting piece there that's good to notice. Things are searchable. You can notice the demographics, age group, even frequency of participation, which is extremely valuable in terms of, so most people just participate once who participated on this topic. Occasionally you can look at a map as well of people who participated. And this might be helpful because if this is a discussion about downtown, you really might only be interested in the feedback from citizens who live downtown, or you might be interested with people who live in the surrounding area. And so you can see who replied. And this is especially helpful in the case of NIMBY. It's not in my backyard. We know that if there's a lot of opposition to a certain proposal, some citizens may specifically oppose that based on where they're from. Yeah.
How long has this Tulsa site been operational?
That's a great question.
Because it doesn't look like they're getting a lot of participation, at least on this topic.
Well, I think they've got 24 statements on this particular one. I don't know how old it's been. We can check back on the homepage. But they've got thousands of clients, and I just picked this one because it was easy to show you.
2013?
This is 2013, yeah. So, what's great about Open Town Hall is you can see connected statements as well. So there's just a lot that you can see, like, oh, this person also supports this based on their support of one thing. So there's a lot of really in-depth analysis that both the public and the council staff can do. All right.
So the public has access to the demographics as well.
Yes, yeah. So it really is truly transparent, yes.
With Pro 360, the city's really kind of pushing towards a single login.
Yeah.
Whether you're in Parks and Rec, signing up for a class, or you're trying to pay your bill. Because right now, I believe mostly that's separate logins or whatever. And I see that this Open Town Hall, it says can be embedded within our website, but it's a site-specific registration. Is there any way to link those registrations so that one Provo login would also get them into this?
That's a great question. It's possible. I think that we can embed it in the site, and so that's helpful. But I'd have to double check and get back to you on that. I think that's a great question, especially since I'm coding now for my yes. One more thing that I thought would be wonderful to show you is something that Councilmember Sewell might appreciate from his hometown in California, which is the budget allocation tool that also comes with Open Town Hall. If we look at the quick version of this budget, we can see feedback
during which the citizens were able to say, okay, if I only had $500 and that was my entire budget, where would I allocate that money? I think in your RAP tax conversations that I was a part of last summer, that would have been extremely useful for you. So, for example, this user would have allocated their money in these different ways. And they're able to really just drag and drop their preferences per category. So extremely powerful tool, nothing that we've really engaged with before. So that's just another piece that I just wanted to share with you. So that
come in helpful there too, because when I logged onto that, I could go through the survey and do it myself, right? And I didn't fill it out, but you'd want to know if there are people from out of state, providing information for your on your site. So is there a way to? Yeah. There's no way to prevent people from out of state commenting, or is you just have to be aware of who's commenting?
I think there would be, and that's part of the site specific registration. So if someone is from New York and they're trying to register on our site, we can say, oh, if you're not from any one of these Provo neighborhoods, you really can't be here. And I don't know what the verification process is for that.
Not that I couldn't be on the site and look at it and that type of thing, but to actually fill out a survey that, like, if we're looking for residents, their opinions on something, we really don't want people commenting, from other states that aren't living here.
Yeah, I agree.
They're even out of our city. We really want to hear what our residents have to say about something. So, anyway, at least that's my.
Yeah.
On the bottom of your sheet here, it says public document open markup as one of the things that Open Town Hall allows.
Yes.
So that means?
So that means that we're able to post documents on Open Town Hall, and there's not quite it's just a user-specific, let's see. So users able to look at that document and say, okay, I don't really love this piece, and so they can cross it out, and we can see their personal feedback coming through, and different users can see other users' feedback. I wish I had a link for that piece, but we were impressed with that tool, because it was built into the actual product, whereas with SpeakUp and Granicus, you needed a separate subscription to be able to do that. I think it's part of the transparency piece that the council is trying to push, that we have more direct feedback, and so that's what that's part of. But it wouldn't necessarily be accepted. No markup necessarily has to mean that the council will accept the proposed changes, right?
The council can see them.
Yes, the council can see them, you can analyze them, you can understand which pieces are citizens are most uncomfortable or comfortable with. Yeah. So it's a powerful tool. Okay, so we looked at the word maps, other things. So it's just a very, very powerful tool, and we looked at the heat maps, so it can do a lot of things. This is what Salt Lake City is using right now. They're using Open Town Hall for these purposes. The last one is a product by Bang the Table called Engagement HQ, and they are actually an international group. They started in New Zealand and Australia, and just recently, just last week, got their first client here in the United States. I wanted to feature them though because they go above and beyond in terms of the data analysis. And I think some of the things we can learn from them, we can apply to our Open Town Hall tool if that's the one that we take up. So I just wanted to show you what they look like, and they are modern. See if this one will load. At least in terms of design, I think it's what Brian and I would appreciate the most. So there's a number of options. They have stories, you have the mapping, you have the ideation, discussion forums, surveys, and a few more things. They really focus on empathy. There's an interesting piece with the stories. They ask you to just talk about yourself. You're a user, tell us about who you are, so that users aren't only talking about the topics that the council has proposed, but they're talking about themselves and their experience maybe in Provo. So that's a really nice empathetic piece. The analysis and reporting is really sophisticated. I'll actually just show you that within my presentation. what the council staff would be able to do is notice who's engaged with the site, who actually stayed on the site long enough to be informed, and then who was actually just kind of aware. They passed over a topic, and so they're aware. So some of these analytics are just extremely valuable, and I wanted to bring that to your attention. Again, the product is $22,000 a year, and I don't think that's viable within our budget, and so I didn't want to spend too much time on this one. You can also see with the surveys who's done what, whether surveys have been published, who's visited, who's contributed, and then they also have different channels for registered and unregistered participants.
If they register, you know their website or their email address.
Yes, yes.
You can add it to your email address.
Exactly. Yeah, that's another powerful part that I did want to address is that with all three of these tools, we're able to gather everyone's emails and email them in mass or in groups. So that's powerful for you in terms of collectivizing. Another piece that we did discuss in leadership meeting is that with open town hall, we can limit the number of comments that a citizen can make on any given comment. So if we just want to hear from them once, that's possible. We can just hear from them once, or we can open it up for discussion where they can reply multiple times. So I was able to sit in on these demos with Karen. Karen, do you have any thoughts based on what we've talked about?
The really key thing, well, there's two key things. One is to make sure that we're giving them a tool that's easy to use. That's why it was important to show those screenshots, and so you kind of get a feel for, okay, is this something the average person is going to feel comfortable participating in? The other part rests heavily on us, that we carefully craft our questions, our topics, anything we're going to put out there, because ones that we do see sites where they've stopped really posting anything. You don't get good engagement if you don't give them a good question to answer, or if you don't show that you're using the answers they give you. So it's definitely something we have to take seriously if we do this.
Yes.
It says on there is a 3-year discount. Is that from the 10,008, or is that,
Yes.
or is the 10,008 discount?
There's no, so the 10,800 is not discounted. They say that if you subscribe for 3 years, they'll give you 5% off from that. So it still hovers around 10,000. But that's a nice piece that they do throw in. So my, in terms of what I would advocate, it's not my decision, but if I could make an advisement, I think it was pretty obvious that I would choose Open Town Hall just because of the robustness of the tool. And I think that if the council was committed to using it and accepting the feedback that was posted on it, I think it'd be incredibly powerful for citizens to use that. And I don't think that it would be overburdensome at all, but it would give you a lot of insight with which you can make decisions. In terms of, what it does from Speak Up is $7,500. It's expensive for what it is. It has 3 features, whereas Open Town Hall really has 12, and it's very useful. So if you have any questions, I'd like to answer those. If not, I'll leave it to you from there. Thanks.
Dr. what would this entail the council members doing? What would that entail staff doing? How would we implement this program? I've got some questions on, is it in our budget currently, or is this something that a supplemental that we'd have to ask for?
If this is something council wants, we'll certainly take a look and then we'll take a look this week and see if it's something we want as a supplemental or whether we can find it within our budget.
How do you handle the free speech issues with the moderators? I'm sure they've had plenty of practice with these other cities, but
Right.
Is that just by limiting it to one comment per person? How do they handle the free speech?
So in terms of if there's an uncomfortable comment that's made and then we want to take it down, is that the question?
Or just in terms of the ability to
Well,
interact?
no, if there's an inappropriate comment or those types of things, but who's the judge of whether it's appropriate or not appropriate, and when you get into all of those layers of, you know,
Right,
how
right,
do you,
right.
if you do feel like you need to take something down, when does it impinge on the right to free speech and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so for the first part, there's profanity filters on all of the 3 platforms, and so they can't say anything outrightly profane. If they have an uncivil comment, I think that's up to the discretion of Karen if she's the moderator.
They had moderators for the town hall. I guess I'm speaking specifically about
Right,
the
you
town
do,
hall.
yeah. So Open Town Hall does have moderators, but the moderators aren't, I don't think that they take down comments without our consent. And so,
If they're really argumentative and it looks like it's getting nasty, they will jump in to try to encourage them to tone it down. So they have some steps they take to kind of get it back down to a decent level.
yeah.
And then we would have whatever our policy is for the site, and they would go by those guidelines and reach out to us if there's anything that approaches a line that, you know, that's not automatically covered by that policy.
I think this is great. I think it's a great analysis. I am excited about this tool. I think it's going to really help us in what we're trying to achieve. I guess I'm just thinking out loud here, just working through some of the thoughts on this. It seems that some of the issues might overlap with the administration. I imagine we would maybe want to hear back, maybe the next RAP tax type question, that we'd want to get feedback. But maybe we would want Parks and Rec to kind of help create the content there to get the question out and the discussion going. I'm just wondering, is this something that we see as, this is the council's, and if the administration wants to do something, they have to set up their own, or is this something that we would work together on?
Doesn't the administration already have their own for doing surveys?
The surveys, yeah.
They do use Qualtrics quite frequently. That's my impression.
So I just, yeah.
I see this as an opportunity for us to engage in a positive way with our constituents and having the council site be a draw for people that where if they need information, if they want to know about bus rapid transit, they can go to the council site and they can click on bus rapid transit and they can have all the discussions. They can have as much information or as little as they want to look at, but have a sort of a repository where they can say, I want to learn everything I can about this, and then, I want to comment about it. So then there's a place to comment, and then we can, as council members, if we choose to respond, we can respond there, but it's in a more controlled setting where, you're not just a dartboard, you're actually having conversation, back and forth conversation about what's happening. But it's, in my mind, it's a way for the council site to actually be a place where people can go to get information on some of the policy things that we're dealing with. If they want to know about what's going on with West Side Connector, they click on West Side Connector tab and they can find out everything that's going on there and all the meetings that we've had and the, any future plans. And they can kind of go by topic and find out what our discussions have been. They can have links to our videos, to our meetings, and not have to go search it out and look through all of the meeting minutes, but they can just click right on that exact minute where we're talking about it in meetings and have just sort of a really easy library of information on topic specific is what I would love to see help with.
I love that vision, and I hope we get there. I think we can get there. I think this is a good tool for that. But if we're talking about the West Side Connector, is that now on our staff to write the details of the West Side Connector, or is that something that we reach out to engineering and engineering provides the details on the West Side Connector?
And I would see it as using all that information, all the information that we have from the city. I mean, whether it's information that we can bring from the mayor's blog or information that we can bring from engineering or information that we can bring from whatever we have within our city website, bring it into one spot, And so when people come and they want to know about something, they can look right there. I don't see it being like, this is ours, this is yours, and that's yours. I think that we just, all the information that we have is good information, put it in one place and you know.
And it'd be
have
our
the-
staff that would call all that together.
Yeah, it would fall on our staff to put that together.
May I just,
But it would be helpful as a council member too, because there are times when I want to go back and review something and I have to go back through emails or my Google Docs
find
or
it,
my,
yeah.
you know, and try to find the information. And I would love just to go to our site and just be able to pull up an issue and be able to find everything that I wanted to find on that. And then to be able to read comments too from our public and how they feel about it and, you know, and have that interaction right there. They've been educated, they have the facts. And then let's have a great conversation about it, right? So that's what I find appealing about this.
So I like that. What I'm wondering, I follow a couple of Facebook pages that often talk about city issues. And when someone makes a comment, or in particular, if they name me and ask me like, gee, Dave Connect, what do you think? It pops up on my phone because it's on Facebook. So if someone goes onto this website and says, mentions my name or makes a comment on something I'm following or says, gee, Dave, what do you think? How am I going to know that they even asked a question? Do I have to go onto it later, log on and go, oh, someone asked me a question?
I would imagine that when you sign up, you can tailor the notifications that you receive based on what you would like. But I need to confirm that. I know that I asked a lot of questions about the governance side. I should have asked more questions during the demo about the user side. So I can find that out. But I would imagine just based on the thousands and thousands of clients that these products have, that they have notification setups for that. Yeah.
So could I suggest that maybe if we brought up some questions that we have about what's been presented, maybe in the next week, if we all send Rachel any more questions that we might have, if you want to come back at a future date and answer those questions, or if there are enough of us that are interested and we feel like we can answer those questions, we can even put it to a date certain that we would come back and maybe make a decision on that.
I'm wondering, we got a cost for this, and are we staffed enough to do this? And what is that, if so, to run this and manage this, or what is our staffing requirements going to be?
I'll have to get with Rachel and find out a little bit more about it, but I think that we probably are staffed, and given that we're looking at the possibility of hiring another person, it's something we can certainly allocate within our office. And then we'd create our own little policies as to how information goes on there, and I don't think it's probably the best thing that if we have everybody just posting whatever question they want. I think we probably ought to have a process to evaluate what goes on it and how to monitor it and things like that.
So maybe.
I'm really excited about this. I think it has a lot of promise. I was just going to suggest maybe for our next meeting, if staff could kind of give us your assessment of like the work that would be involved to get up and running and just kind of your recommendation on if you think this would be a good way to go and what the impact would be.
So next work meeting, we can do that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think it's going to be most successful if you tailor a plan in advance to use it. So.
Can you give us, if I just Google this, am I going to find Open Town Hall and I can go onto a city and then I can explore their site?
Yeah, very easy. Open Town Hall. It's peakdemocracy.com, but if you Google that, you'll find what you need.
Salt Lake City's been using it for quite a few years, by the way. Using it there.
Do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we ask staff to come back at our next work session with an assessment of the impact of adopting this and their analysis and recommendation.
Second. Is there a second? Mr. Connect, thank you. All in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So the next item of business is a discussion on the council staff budget review process, and this will be introduced by our executive director, Cliff Stratton.
Okay, so we're gonna start, we're gonna keep this very, very brief and just give you a very brief overview because I think we're way behind on our schedule. Basically, these are the 6 areas that staff is determined to look at. We're gonna do others as well as we go through the process, but this is kind of a high-level view of what we've got. And I'm gonna turn over each of these to the people named and we'll come back to you. If you're okay, we'll just either sit up here or whatever works for you.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to run through this real quick. This is just a very brief general fund summary. As you know, the general fund controls most of the municipal operations that happen throughout the city. Wanted to give you a comparison as to what the numbers were from last year's budget compared to this year's budget and allow you to see where the differences, the increase or the decrease in each of those funds comes from. And so this is a high-level overview of the general fund revenues. As you can see, we're anticipating about $1.5 million, $1.6 million in added revenue coming to the city with an increased percentage of 3.45%. And then moving to the next, the transfers in. This transfers in come from the utility revenues. Every year the city receives a transfer from the utilities, and this shows about $911,000 coming as a result of the increase in fees, of utility rates. That's 8.27%. And overall, combining those two, we're going to increase about $2.5 million overall with a 4.38% increase from last year. So moving to the next slide. This shows each individual fund and the breakdown of each fund and how much revenue we anticipate to receive from those transfers. Energy, we anticipate $250,000 or 3.3% increase. Water is going to be $128,000 or 10.73%. The biggest increase percentage-wise comes from wastewater. They're going to increase about $200,000 or 25%. And sanitation's $4,000 or 1%, and stormwater at the very bottom is $83,000 or 21.5%. And these are just the projected revenues that the budget office has anticipated. And over here on the left, anticipated increase to the utility rates means the average Provo residential home rate will increase by $12.59 per month. And that total is about $151 per year that they'll be paying more into for their utilities. Mr. Harding?
So just so I understand this correctly, on the left-hand side, we're talking about the impact monthly and yearly on the average resident.
Right.
On the right-hand side, we're not talking about the amount of fees that are collected, but the amount that is transferred from these utilities into the general fund.
And these increases impact the increase on the transfers. Yes, that is correct. It's not the amount that's being collected by those individual utility departments. These are simply the utility transfers that are coming to the general fund.
And so what just struck me for the first time is that we're proposing large increases on our utilities because we have some needs there.
Correct.
And kind of an unintended consequence is it's actually going to raise the money flowing into our general fund, which may not be funding these needs, these infrastructure needs.
Well, there's about 11% of all utility cells that are transferred to the general fund. And these are yes, it is an unintended consequence.
It's not an unintended consequence.
Or maybe even not unintended, I was about to say that.
Unintended consequence to balance the budget.
Well, the transfer is, but raising the rates.
And to cover the cost of more money we're spending in government. I mean, this is where the last few years we funded the new expenses was revenue from transfers.
Yes, so
I can't say it's unintended.
Right, but the reason that we're raising wastewater is because we need to update our wastewater plan. But that also increases our general fund. I'm just wondering, just maybe, I know it's our policy to transfer the 11% or whatever, but just during the time when we're having these huge rate increases, would we consider not moving that into the general fund just to be able to dampen that rate increase? Or I don't know, I just.
Find the $900,000 that's gonna fund the new budget to do that.
And there's a difference between the transfers also in my mind. We've got to get it somewhere or else cut the service. And if we're not taking the $900,000 out of the fees and we transfer it to property tax owners, we look at the number of property tax owners that are paying here in our city, which is, fees seem to me to equate it more, it's more equitable in my mind for the people that actually use the service.
So I have more problem with us being irresponsible in spending than I have a problem with collecting money unintentionally. If we ended up with a surplus and we actually saved it, that's one thing. But if we're spending it on things that we shouldn't be spending it on, that is the heart of the problem for me.
Right.
And I didn't mean to derail your presentation. I just, that hadn't occurred to me. And I also just wanted to make sure I understood the two sides.
You're correct. And I believe that we recently increased it from 10% to 11% with 1% that's dedicated to roads. And so that was a policy change that the council made. So they do have some flexibility to direct where those funds, whether they come or not. And that's a policy decision.
At least one member of the budget committee has been very concerned about that very issue that you just raised. Larry Walters, that's his big issue.
So, yes. So continuing, this is a general fund revenues. The general fund revenues are made up primarily of taxes and fees. It's a little hard to see, but the largest increase comes from actually the fees. And we anticipate those are likely from IHCs, building, and so the community development fees that are collected as a result of the IHC improvements to their campus. And so this is just a simple breakdown, and then I broke it down into table format so that you can see the distribution and where each of those fees. Our largest percentage of fees and taxes, of general fund revenues comes from sales tax. The transfer from the utilities is the second largest, and so I included one without the transfer at the top, and then including the transfer at the bottom, so that you can kind of just get a sense for how much the transfer is comparative to other taxes and fees.
You go back to the previous slide. Second category, franchise fees, that shows a negative.
Yeah. I don't know, Dustin, is there a reason?
Our franchise fees are behind schedule this current fiscal year, so we're lowering our estimated revenues for franchise fees for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Those franchise fees, that includes Provo Power.
Yes, that includes our own utilities in addition to other utilities.
And we're raising our rates, so it must be the other utilities are collecting less?
Yeah, we're not exactly sure what's driving it. It's clearly not our own utilities, so it must be those others.
This includes telecoms, right?
Yes, it does.
So, just throwing something out there as a speculation, who knows, but every Comcast customer that unsubscribes from video and gets Netflix instead, that lowers the franchise fees that Comcast is making. So those kinds of things affect our franchise fees.
So that is my presentation. Are there any other questions?
Can we get a copy?
Oh yeah, we'll have a report. I prepared a report on this, and we'll be having a report in the coming weeks. I did have one more thing. Hadley Gordon, our intern, and we prepared a 2030 analysis. Every year that within the mayor's letter, there are changes that are discussed in that letter. We went through and we analyzed it against Vision 2030, and the bottom bullet just basically the several areas related to Vision 2030 that are being addressed for the upcoming fiscal year. And so since the budget adequately reflects the goals identified in Vision 2030, council staff believes it adequately meets the articulated council policy. Seeing that that's the only policy I believe that we had to consider against. Hopefully in the future we'll have other policy objectives that we can look at as well, and so that's our hope. So
now Ryan's got a couple slides he'll go through.
Our priorities?
What's your priorities exactly?
maybe meeting the policies and measure the budget against our priorities.
Well, I think that we would anticipate doing that. It's just that the only priorities we have are those that are listed in the budget, but there's no mention of those priorities in the mayor's letter.
Okay, so I'll go really quick because I know we're behind. So this comes from, so I'm doing a report on the supplemental requests. This is just a summary of the top supplementals, those that are being funded this year. So there's different categories. The administration asked the departments to categorize their supplemental requests. And then when they got those supplemental requests, they categorized them. And this list, there was, I can't remember how many total there were, maybe. Yeah, so there's a few more that are on here that weren't funded. And then you can see if it's coming out of the general fund or other fund, if it is being funded in the current year, if it'll be funded in next year's budget, and then there's whether it's one time or ongoing. So you can just kind of see here some of the things that they've budgeted. They've talked about most of these things with you. In my report, when I talk about this, I'll go into detail on each item and why it was funded over other things. And so that's just a quick overview of that. The next is personnel changes. So on this chart, I just included anything that was any department that had a change of personnel of one or more, because sometimes departments had like 0.35 change, and so I didn't really add that. And so I'll just kind of go through and talk about why the changes are in each of the different departments. So, then.
Brian?
Oh, yeah.
There's two reports that were given to the budget committee that I think would be very helpful to the council. One was franchise fees that John sent us for 2000 to 2015, showing where they're coming from and what the increase is annually.
Okay.
The other was I want to transfer it in from the utilities. General fund revenue transfers in.
Okay.
I think if we get a copy of that, I remember the council would be helpful.
Okay.
I know it's been very helpful to me.
Franchise fees and okay, yeah, I'll get that.
Because it isn't in the budget.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send that.
And also, could I get a fund balance by fund copy? I have one from 12 to 16, but I didn't find it in the budget document. Maybe I just missed it.
Fund balance by fund?
Yes.
If we can't find it, we'll ask for it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll write that down. I got it.
Okay, so there's a lot going on in this budget. And this first one was a little bit for me. I wanted to understand a little bit about Provo 360 and how it was funded. What you see really is that this is already mostly funded. In FY17, there's only about $400,000 coming out of the budget towards Provo 360, or that I know of at this point. So it's on its way. But what I wanted you to see was, this is the proposed funding for park CIPs, and if you're interested, we can get more information. I didn't get into these in detail, but I simply wanted you to see that there is a fair amount being done in parks this year, and these are partial, mostly the large numbers, but they total these for 2016 and 2017. If you have any questions about them, you can get them to me, and I'll follow up with parks.
Those there don't equal 8147, right?
They don't total that, no.
Okay.
But those are the big items that I wanted you to see from that list. Well, and basically the new items this year. Okay. One of the departments I wanted to look at was community development. One of council's priorities, of course, is to reconcile the vision and general plan, update the general plan, increase the zoning enforcement regarding occupations. And according to the budget proposals, it's going to do all those things. You can see on the right-hand side the 2 additional FTEs that are proposed. And we're going to get into a little bit more in depth, but I wanted you to see that these are the stated goals that the department has put out there for you to consider. So there's a lot more work to be done on the budget. Our guys have done a good job looking at things so far, and we're going to keep getting into it. As whatever questions you have, council, we're happy to dig them up and get them to you.
Yes, Ryan, I'll turn this off. I think we're about 10 minutes behind, so hopefully we can get that shorter for you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the work on that. It's so much more palatable to display what's happening, so appreciate that. We'd love to talk to you. So the next item of business is a discussion on the Vision 2050 update by the Policy Governance Committee, and this will be presented by Councilmember Gary Wisdom.
Just very short here, what we got together as a committee and proposed a timeline so that they would complete the follow-up with the committees that will be done on the recommendations for 2050. As that comes in, they will begin holding in June, July, and August, which will give us 3 months of public input, summertime input, where people could go. We planned on having 5 area meetings, which will be all publicized at once. So if somebody misses one, they'll still have the opportunity to go in and weigh in on those things, and with some community input through surveys and some of the qualifications things that we can do with the in coordination with the administration. Following that, and simultaneously with that, they will continue to work on integrating the input of 2030 and 2050 into what will be into the general fund, and they will redline that so they'll see what it is now, what it would propose to be, and what it would be once that is implemented. So there'd be 3 different colors so that the residents could actually see how things would change with the implementation of 2050.
In the general plan.
Into the general plan. Have I got that right, Ryan? Are we pretty well set with, and George and Dave? Are we?
Sounds right.
I think that's what the committee is recommending. And
I would just add that the 5 meetings correspond with the 5 areas in the neighborhood program. So those neighborhoods that are in a particular area will go to that particular meeting.
And how will the information get out to the citizens in those areas?
it will be done through the neighborhood program. The area representatives will get that information out.
And I would like to think that we could get a newspaper article before we start these 5 area meetings, letting people know. That'd be very important, because I really wouldn't want to just rely on neighborhood chairs and their limited means.
And I appreciate that. Karen, you were going to find out about possibilities of meeting times so that we could coordinate that. And it might be good to coordinate that with a news article.
Yeah, in fact, the Daily Herald is looking at doing something on the neighborhood programs and how they're interacting online. So that'd be a great opportunity to kind of let people know here's an upcoming opportunity to engage with us.
Have you had an opportunity to coordinate meeting times yet? When we
Not yet. We'll need to send out kind of a general survey maybe to see when, or just establish it and let them come.
And I think you can, yeah, I think you can almost establish it, since we are doing 5 separate meetings. It will be basically the same thing. We're talking about having stations, and where we could each take a section of the of 2030, 2 or 3 sections, and have the people go to those sections and rotate around during those public meetings, where they could give some of that input, and that would be coordinated. At the end of
I think that this is great. I really support this plan. And I would like to, I hope that this could be a full court press, meaning that each of us, with whatever email lists we have access to, push it out, make a big deal about it, request the mayor, to do a blog post on it, talk to the media, just however we can. I think the more public buy-in we get, the more public engagement we get on Vision 2050, the more buy-in we're going to get, and the better this document will be to be a guiding document for us long into the future.
I appreciate it. Karen, would you follow up on those dates where we could actually get those established so that we as a council can also publicize those things to our constituency?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate the committee's work on that. Look forward to being able to get that going. I think it's important that we do get that out to as many people as possible and make sure that it really truly is the vision of our citizens. So then,
Maybe we can use the open town hall, whatever that was, to assist us in the process as well, gathering that feedback.
so the next item of business is a discussion on the fire department apparatus needs, and this item will be presented by Jeremy Hutton, Fire Battalion Chief. And Provo High Grad.
And Provo High Grad.
Appreciate you guys giving me a minute. Our goal is ultimately to deliver professional care to the citizens of Provo, and we want to do that as safely and efficiently as possible. And part of doing that is having the right apparatus, which we have great apparatus. It's just getting a little older. Again, I'm Jeremy Hedman, Battalion Chief of the Fire Department. I'm responsible for the fleet for the department as well as other things, but we respond to about 11,000 calls a year. That averages out to about 30 a day. Could be an EMS call, could be fire, could be a hazmat call. We cover technical rescue, which would be ropes, trench, somebody who's trapped in a trench, any number of calls. We never know what the emergency is going to be, but we want to make sure we have all the tools in place to respond to those calls. And by tools, not only apparatus, but also the right equipment on that apparatus. So right now, all of our vehicles are 10 years or older. We bought them all in 2006, all of our frontline in 2006, which includes 2 engines, 2 ladder trucks, and 5 ambulances. They were purchased on a lease, and that lease was recently paid off in March of this year. We have, I call them engines, I call them trucks, but they're all technically a quint. A quint is an engine with a pump, so it can show up and supply water to a fire, as well as have an aerial device. And all of our current apparatus have that. The 2 on the left, we call engine 22, engine 24, and then the 2 bigger ladders are truck 23 and truck 25. They all have similar functions and similar capabilities, but the trucks are an all-steer, they're much larger and deliver a different capability than the engines. On the end is our squad, which is where we have all of our heavy rescue for the technical type rescues as well as hazmat calls. Our ambulances that we bought in the past were a medium duty ambulance, which is on a slide I'll show you in the future, but these are our backup apparatus. So if one of our apparatus breaks down, this is what we respond in currently, which is a big part of our problem right now is that, for instance, engine 22 last week was getting a new hydraulic tank put in it, and it was out of service for most of the week. Engine 22, so station 22 was running out of this vehicle for the week, which it works, it gets them there. It's not quite as safe as our frontline stuff, which is all a little older. As you can tell, we take good care of our equipment. We're very proud of it, and we want to make sure it's as safe and as good as we can make it. And our fleet division, our mechanic Dan, is phenomenal. He does a great job keeping us on the road, but it's almost every day we have vehicles in the shop, which is not uncommon. They're big vehicles and they break down, but they're all getting a little older, and we need to just be looking at a plan to replace those as we move forward. We considered going back to and doing an all replacement again at 10 years, doing another 10-year lease or financing, and replacing all of our rescues and all of our trucks. Some of the, and we also considered the same thing for an 8-year plan. And then we considered an 8-year plan, but having the fleet department fund some of the ambulances instead of doing a lease. And then we considered spreading out the purchases. Instead of having all of them at once, we're going to try to we wanted to space them out. So that's the plan that we're kind of leaning towards, but here's the advantage of the 10-year plan. So the nice thing about buying them all at once is we buy them at today's prices, and they're under warranty for a year. Sometimes some parts are up to 3 years. And then we don't have to pay inflation. So every year we wait, we're going to go 3 to 4% more per year for the cost of that vehicle. The real downside is that we're in the same boat we're in now in 10 years, which is everything is breaking down at the same time. What we find is that the differentials on all of our ambulances went out within 15,000 miles of each other. So they're regularly breaking down with the same problems as they get older, which is going to happen when you have big vehicles. It's a fact of life. But what we think is if we do change up our plan a little bit, we might be able to make that a little easier on our fleet and not so hard. So we considered an 8-year financing. Again, it's great in the beginning. We're buying it all at today's prices. Bad part is, again, they're all the same age. They're going to have the same problems about the same time. We feel like that's still a little too long for ambulances.
What does that mean, too long for ambulances?
Well, we feel like the life expectancy of an ambulance has maybe maxed out at 7 years. Right now, they're all 10 years old. So what we'd like to do is we'll get into that, but a regular replacement. So every other year we buy one, so they never get to be 10 years old. And then a downside was an 8-year financing is considerably more money for the fleet than doing it at 10-year.
Question. So when you say 7 years, is that based on mileage or overall wear and tear?
You know, I've done a lot of research. There's some standards out there that will tell you that anything over 7 years is basically lost its value as far as an emergency response vehicle. But it's also based on, sometimes you buy a limit and they're more expensive to run. So what we'd like to do is look at maintenance costs over the period of time. And if at 5 years it's getting too expensive to run, then maybe we replace that one sooner. And if it can go to 8 because it's not getting used enough, maybe we can extend that one a little further. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. So you mentioned the differentials failing in sequence on which vehicles?
All of our ambulances.
All the ambulances?
Yeah.
That's based on how many miles?
Well, they were all within a year or two of each other.
So with the ambulances, you are going with miles. They do put the miles on them, but they put more hours on them than anything because when they arrive at a site, they are running, and so they're not shutting down. So you're putting engine hours on it as well as miles. So it's a matter of running the diagnostics to find out where we're at. So you're getting wear and tear on both ends, mileage and the hours. And so in doing a study, and we kind of followed Arizona because it was kind of the same climate, they were finding that between 5 to 7 years, it was the optimal time to replace them before all the engine hours or the miles put on them started breaking down the vehicles.
Right, and I was just curious why the engine or transmission wasn't necessarily noted as the first failure you say the differential was.
Well, that was just one example.
Okay.
That's one example.
I mean, there's been many issues with them that every one of our ambulances, the average repair expense for the last 10 years is on all of them has been about $70,000. Some are a little more, some are a little less, but that's the average. So on a $180,000 vehicle, that's almost half of the of the vehicle cost up front, we're paying in maintenance over 10 years. You're still gonna have some maintenance, but it'd be less if we turn them sooner.
Are we doing this in-house or are we paying someone else
For work,
for the maintenance?
our mechanic Dan does most of it. If it's beyond his abilities or time, then we'll ship it out, but he does almost all of it.
So when you say $70,000, that's parts, his labor?
That's parts, labor, that's including services, tires, things that, and then on top of that is parts and labor. So it's everything, except for fuel, which is pretty expensive as well. So, okay. So the disadvantages to the plan that we would really like to go with is that we're not gonna buy them all today. And some of the current apparatus, we're gonna have to keep for at least 2 more years. Which we think we can keep it going. It's not as good for us as if we replaced them all now, but that just does not work with the fleet's budget as well as the city's budget. We'd take the entire fleet budget to replace just our vehicles, and there'd be nothing left for the rest of the city, which obviously doesn't work. But by spreading out the purchases, what we want to do is spread it out over, we would like to spread it out over a bigger period of time than we are initially. Right now, we're going to spread it out over about 4 years, 3 for the engines and 4 for the ambulances, because we've already ordered 2 of those. And like I said, we're only gonna finance the bigger vehicles, the more expensive ones. So this shows the maintenance expenses of our engines and trucks. I don't have one of these for the ambulances. They were pretty consistent, but as you can see, they're expensive to run and to operate. Truck 25 down here was considerably more because in 2013 it caught on fire. While they were out driving around, it caught on fire. Our mechanic was able to put it back together and it's back in service, but it was out of service for about 3 months while he was putting that back together. So, so this is a quick snapshot. I gave you a 10-year plan, which includes all of these numbers and more. This is, but as you can see, I mean, it's these and the prices. The $2 million, it's not exact. It's a budget number based on vehicle replacement and the equipment replacement. And we're going to go out to bid and try to get the best prices we can for all of our apparatus. And then we'll also try to get the best financing we can possibly get when we go out to bid as well. Right now we have a quote from Pierce, who does financing for vehicles. That's who manufactures the apparatus we have now, at about a 2.5% interest rate.
What do we do with the old vehicles? When we replace them, do we sell them and does it go towards these purchases, or what is that?
It'll depend, because what we hope to do is keep 2 of the 2 55-footers, which were the smaller ladders, and get rid of our really old ones. So when we sell those, there's not a ton of value in those. But we will sell our 2 105-foot ladders, and I'm guessing they're going to go for around $350,000 a piece. And that money will go into fleet and help fund all the fleet replacement.
Ultimately, we would like to be able to trade them in, but we've been told because of the age of the vehicles, they won't accept a trade-in. And the trade-in would be good because then we cut the money off in purchasing them. And so also with going with a reduction of the life cycle and replacing them on a more regular basis, we have better opportunity to trade them in and reduce the price of purchasing new. Since we're not able to trade them in, then we will look at different avenues as far as a private buyer from another city that may, or entity that may want to buy them, or send them to auction, which is up in the air as to what we would get. But there are a lot of NHTSA requirements on these vehicles, which prevents a lot of our sales outputs on resale.
So I'm just trying to remember the presentation. I think it was about 11 years ago when I was on the council. And we saw similar problems with maintenance, age of vehicles, and if I remember correctly, the proposal was to go out and buy all new stuff, just like you did in 2006. And that after so many years, relatively few years, it was like, we're going to buy new equipment and we're going to keep it short-term so we don't end up owning it while it needs a lot of maintenance, and we're going to sell it after, I thought it was going to be like 3, 4, or 5 years, when there was still a market for it, and kind of like getting a new car every 2 years. And yes, we would be buying newer equipment on a regular basis, but we would not have the maintenance problems that we're seeing here.
So I'm not sure I wasn't part of the administration at the time, but my understanding is 15 years ago, we bought all the same stuff, at least in the engines and trucks. We didn't buy all new ambulances, but we bought all that you saw in that picture with the 4 ladder trucks and then the heavy. We bought those on a 5-year lease. And at the end of that lease, we sold the vehicles. There was a buyback at the end of that. So we sold the vehicles, paid off the buyback, and released. And at that time, it was decided that that was not a good plan by somebody, which I don't know who. I don't believe it was in the fire department. But somehow we financed them for 10 years the next go around.
So you're more partial to the 5-year?
I think 5 years. I think the plan we have in place, replacing rescues at 7 and looking so we're capable of starting at 8 years. Still works. I think that's adequate, and I think spreading the purchases out makes more sense for the city than trying to do them all at once. I think it makes sense for the fleet department, it makes sense for the fire department, and it makes sense for the budget to spread out those purchases rather than try to do it all at once. However, there is some convenience, which is that when you have a lot of problems, that to get rid of them all and start over is really nice. But I don't know that long term is the best plan for the city. So the best part about all these numbers are that they're already included in the fleet budget. So this is part of the city's budget already. Not asking for necessarily an additional $2 million for this year, next budget year. That's already in the budget. What we are going to do is ask for a resolution that would allow us to order. We want to order the new engine and a new ladder truck July 1st or shortly thereafter. They take a year to build, so the sooner we can get them ordered, the sooner we can get them. And then we just need a resolution that would allow us to order those through whatever manufacturer we get the best deal from. We're not going to order all quints again. We're going to order 2 quints, which would be the bigger ones. The 105s is our plan anyway. And then 2 engines or pumpers, which we feel like we can still provide great service to the city. They're a little smaller, a little more maneuverable, less money. They're about $150,000 less per vehicle. And then on the ambulances, we're doing a 450 chassis instead of a medium duty, which is about $50,000 to $70,000 less per ambulance as well. And again, we feel like we can provide the same service with those. When we went to the medium duty, part of our motivation was we thought they would have less maintenance, and I don't believe they have had less maintenance. So we're going to go with the smaller, little less money and replace them more often.
With the new hospital and all of these new developments going in, many of them fairly tall buildings. I know we've had a couple so far, but it seems like they're multiplying. Do we feel that these 2 taller ladder trucks are going to be sufficient for the kinds of buildings that are coming to Provo?
A 105-foot ladder is a significant ladder. There are taller ones, but there's not many taller, and most big cities run about a 105-foot ladder. The biggest thing is accessibility. With these bigger vehicles, it's hard, as the city gets tighter and tighter, it's harder for us to get around and in and out of places to get to where we need to be if there's fire. Now, at some point, the city, we're gonna have to decide whether we wanna look at a tiller, which is steered in the rear of the vehicle, as opposed to what we're buying now, which has an all steer, which has a computer that steers the rear, but it's doesn't have near the capabilities of a tiller. And I believe, at least when we go to the problem with the tiller is you need one more person to drive it, so it increases staffing, and that's a whole nother budget nightmare for us to figure out. So, but I think that's a discussion we need to have in the future.
So say 105 feet?
Uh-huh.
Is that 10 stories?
No.
What does it get you?
About 8.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's buildings already we can't reach the top of. And most larger cities, they have lots of buildings they can't reach the top of. We can get an elevated master stream through that pretty close to the top of everything in Provo. We just wouldn't be able to get to the very top to rescue somebody with that ladder. So.
It feels the same to be at the top of the ladder, whether it's
It's pretty high, huh?
100 feet or whatever it is.
Do we need a motion to?
Yes.
This other.
Yeah, well, would work with you to get the resolution, would he work with you to get the resolution prepared, or John?
I think what needs to happen is that we need to decide who it is that we're going to lease or borrow the money for the vehicles, and they'll have specific requirements on what they would like to have in that resolution. So we're thinking probably the second meeting in June that we would like to come back and have that specific language and have the council approve that resolution.
Please put that through Sire when you're ready.
We can do that. We'll make sure that we're ready for that. If we can do that, and then if the council's supporter of that, then we'll take that approach.
I'm very supportive of this incremental, placing them spread out rather than doing them in large batches. I think it's great. How confident are we that, I guess before it'd be nice to have just kind of a review of the plan, make sure that it makes sense. I don't know if I don't know if it makes sense to have an independent review of this, but in principle, I think this is a great plan. I'm very supportive of it.
As far as incremental, the food advisory committee is putting together a 10-year plan that shows how we're going to spread out the purchase of animals.
Okay, is it different than this?
It's very close to that. There's a few vehicles on there that we're still migrating onto the 10-year plan but the big ones are all there.
I think it's important to understand also that the 10-year plan incorporates the fire apparatuses. So we've included what the fire department needs are in a much larger plan, and that's what the NCD and the transportation committee has been looking at.
I'm actually a part of the fleet committee, so we're engaged in discussing these all the time, trying to make it as feasible as possible.
When you order the trucks, when does the money leave the city's coffers?
It depends on who we finance it through, but it's possible with peers who I've talked to the most, we would not actually pay them until, if we started in July, it would be the following July that the first payment would be due.
And that money's already in the ongoing budget.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, actually what would happen is that first payment would be in July of the following fiscal year. And so we're setting the money aside in the fleet fund, but the payment wouldn't actually be included until the following year budget, because that's where it's made.
But it's in the ongoing budget.
Yeah,
Because you're just
and the
rotating.
And the commitment's been made, and that's why the resolution is so important for the leasing companies, so that they can verify that we're standing behind it.
Do we need a motion on that, this language, or is this good enough to just have it come back to Sire?
I think council leadership can just schedule it once it comes back to Sire.
What I would recommend, because it's really looking like the hope and the intent is that we would be ready to go by the 1st of July. So if we could, with the council supportive, and we could tentatively schedule it for the second council meeting in June, think we can have everything ready on our end so that we're ready for that date. If for some reason we didn't get back with you, but that would be helpful, and then we know it's just in the process and we'll be ready to go based on our schedule.
I make a motion to put it on the schedule for the second meeting in June.
Oh, sorry. And all in favor? Thank you. The voting is unanimous and affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Hepburn.
I included my information there. If you have questions that come up, please let me know.
Just a quick update. When the second meeting in June, is that also when we turn to next year?
Yes, it
So
is.
that would be the 15th of June.
That's right.
And it has to be done by the state, according to state law by. So if we, for some reason, we would have one more Tuesday, but the 15th is the day that we normally plan on doing.
Yep.
Thank you.
The next item of business is a discussion and update on the 820 North Corridor study, and this will be introduced by Chad Eccles from the Land Association of Governments.
Thank you. We'll wait just a minute, or at least start while Ryan's pulling up the PowerPoint. We have a handout for you in front of you. I understand you're well behind schedule, so I'm going to kind of speed through this. We came to council, it's been a number of months ago, and we're here to circle back, kind of give you an update of where we've been in this study, and maybe just quickly talk about where we're going and what you'll see next. So since we met with you, I believe it was in the first part of January, we've taken a look at the kind of the endpoints of the 820 North corridor, all the way to 9th East on the east, all the way to Lakeview Parkway on the west. We sent out a public survey, a Qualtrics survey that kind of just checking people's appetite for different facilities, definitely planning this as a what we would consider a complete street, I guess, used for all modes of transportation. So first part of this, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the survey that went out. You can see we advertised, we had a total of 724 surveys completed. You can kind of see the spikes of different advertisement of the survey through neighborhood meetings or the mayor's blog. So 724 responses on the survey is actually quite encouraging. We felt pretty good that we got that number of responses. So just a little bit about the demographics of the survey. This is kind of broken down by neighborhood, the respondents from different neighborhoods. You can see a large number from Lakeview South and Lake Grandview South, which obviously those border the 820 North corridor. Kind of broken down by distance from the corridor, kind of get an idea of who, is it the residents along the corridor that are responding? So directly adjacent, we only had about 11%, but within another 20% were within one block. So a pretty good representation of people. One interesting thing, in our Provo Vision 2030 document, it shows that only 40% of Provo residents own their place of residence. But this survey captured about 89% actually owned their place of residence. So we're actually hearing from the owners, and not just tenants or rental. And just kind of another, why are people interested in the study? A large number of them live near the corridor. They use it to commute or use it for exercise and recreation. Just split down by age, split up by age. You can see we have a pretty large number. It's pretty well distributed through all age groups. Pretty small percentage over 65. Now, I don't know what the reason for that is. Could be that this was an online survey. Maybe they aren't comfortable using the internet or whatever. So So some of the top concerns we gathered, obviously, I think we came back to you last time, indicated that there is a need to widen 820 North or 800 North, specifically between Geneva Road on the west and University Avenue on the east. And a major concern is relocation of residents, impacts to neighborhoods, safety for bicyclists. And anyway, I won't spend a whole lot of time there just because we're trying to get through this. But as we mentioned the last time we met, we kind of focused on that central region of the study where it shows the 5 lanes are needed. Since we met with you, we've taken a look at the east side and the west side. So I just want to talk a little bit about the 620 North portion from the proposed Lakeview Parkway all the way to Geneva Road. This is the exhibit that was sent out with the survey based on the number of lanes that our traffic folks have identified would be needed. And I have to apologize, I forgot to introduce the members of the team, but Chad Eccles with Mountain Lands back in the back, as well as our consultants, Horrocks. And so if there are any questions that I can't answer, I'll rely on them. But so basically the difference in this option primarily revolves around a multi-use trail along the roadway. And option number 2, which shows that multi-use trail was favored quite significantly. In that area, they strongly favor trails. And part of that's because it allows children to ride their bikes or whatever off of the street. 9 people that live directly on 620 North completed the survey and preferred option 1. Obviously, that's because it's more impact to their property if we go with a trail. Now we asked the question about how important is a trail connection along this corridor from Provo River Parkway Trail and then the future Lakeview Parkway Trail on the west. You can see it's pretty popular among those who completed the survey. Even though the Provo River Parkway connects to Lakeview Parkway, not too far south of this. We also asked the questions, if it meant more impacts, would you support more opportunities for active transportation? A large percentage said yes. Again, speaking to that complete streets
How many people
idea.
asked the survey?
We had 724 surveys completed. So yeah, we felt pretty good about that number. It's we get good information from online stuff. Part of that was Mayor's blog. What else, Stephanie, did we compile?
Pages. We had a TMAC member that shared it.
Neighborhood council, neighborhood share had a Facebook page, it was very helpful.
I think all of the neighborhood groups have Facebook pages and they use them a lot.
So we tried to compile all of those and use those as well, at least to get the information out on this survey. But 724 actually completed the survey.
And it was a big survey. This was not a 3-question survey.
No,
If that's 729 or whatever completed, that was an investment of time.
Right.
So comments received, again, they like the 10-foot trail. They want the narrower typical section. Obviously that reduces impacts. And they don't want to lose their on-street parking. A lot of people desire a better connection to 820 North. Right now, as it exists, there's that jog in the corridor that's a little bit cumbersome. So you're jogging at Geneva Road, you're going from 620 to 800. Can be a little bit difficult in the peak times. So what the recommendation is on this, again, this section of roadway requires 3 lanes of traffic for the design year is clear out to 2040. What our recommendation is, based on some of the feedback and what we need for traffic, is to leave it how it exists today until our environmental threshold for a local collector street is met, which is 7,000 vehicles per day. And once it hits that 7,000 to 10,000 vehicles per day, we'll evaluate that and At that time, we may need to add a center turn median to minimize rear end collisions or whatever, provide for turning movements off of the corridor. We don't feel like with the high school's relocation that we're quite there yet. It may take still a number of years to get to that 7,000 vehicles per day threshold. So right now, the impacts to 620 are quite minimal. But when we reach that threshold of impacts, we actually have to remove on-street parking, which is somewhat difficult to swallow for residents along there, but at least we're not taking homes or impacting yards. Phases 2 and 3 is kind of another, we evaluate the ADA and the pedestrian usage along there, where we would actually go in and put in a planter strip, provide some separation for the pedestrians. That requires some impacts to front yards. And then a phase 3 is, hey, do we want to go to a trail? And 2 and 3 could somewhat overlap, but right now in the immediate future, we're not really looking at that.
So do you ever use 11-foot lanes?
We use 11-foot lanes all the time. And so this is just an example. When we actually go out and do it, we can definitely do 11-foot lanes. Part of this is just based on our standard cross sections. So this is based on our typical local collector cross section. We're just using that up. You can either give it to pedestrians or you can give it to vehicles, and we're trying to find that 11 feet's about as narrow as we've gone. We have gone to 10 and some very, to squeeze in a bike lane or something like that, but we are using 11-foot lanes where we can.
When you get a lot of traffic,
It feels very tight. You got any sort of truck traffic or bus traffic, it's very tight. So maybe let's just hurry on through there. Again, kind of talked about the recommendations. We'll circle back. We talked a little bit about this section last time.
Can I ask a question before?
Yeah.
During this transition?
Go for it.
Any long-range plans on how to more efficiently move people from 620 to 820? Or is that just,
well,
how are we going to address that?
So right now, we're a little hesitant to talk about an interchange because that's only part of this study. That's not really why the city got into this study. That's more of a regional impact, which MAG is interested in. But some of that depends on an interchange. We do have some options where an interchange actually connects the 620 to 820. But just want to make sure the council is aware that is not a city decision where that interchange is located. That will need to happen through a separate environmental study completed by UDOT. We have input into that process, obviously, and can provide a preference or a locally preferred option. But right now, we don't have that enough information. UDOT was very hesitant to show an interchange at 620, at 820. What we found, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, is an interchange will work at either 620, 820, but it may not necessarily be the end final.
I would ask regionally, it's believed now that interchange will be needed in the future between University Parkway and Center Street at some location. So it's yet to be determined.
So on MAG's long-range plan, this interchange and corridor is a phase 1 project, which means the need has been demonstrated as soon as 2025 for that interchange. So again, that will be completed by UDOT as a separate environmental study, which will evaluate all locations between Center Street and Provo and University Parkway and Orem. So I won't spend too much more time on an interchange, but Dave, I think an interchange in the area helps that transition, but without that, it's just another huge expense to make any sort of transition, and huge impacts to neighborhoods and things like that. So, so as we kind of spoke about before, the segment between Geneva Road and University Avenue is a 5-lane cross section based on the vehicle volumes that are anticipated. Keep in mind that is with or without an interchange. It doesn't change. Even without an interchange on 800 North, we still need the 5 lanes. So that is, being an arterial street, it's 120-foot right-of-way. We gave them a couple options of how to fill up that right-of-way. Mr. Connect, to your point, it's a lot of space for vehicles. We really want to make this a corridor for all users. We showed options of on-street separated bike lanes. We showed options of wider planter strips with multi-use trails. People seem to like the off-street trails better than the separated bike lanes. One comment we got from our steering committee is why not do both? We think we have the room to do that. Interestingly enough, some of the surveys said we don't need park strips. I don't know if that's just in an effort to try and minimize the impact that people are seeing coming at them. But certainly I think we are in favor of park strips that separate sidewalks from vehicles and all those, and provides some landscaping opportunities on the side of the roadway. Some of the comments we got, obviously this is a huge impact to neighborhoods as far as we don't know final design through here, but we know homes will be required to be purchased, those sorts of things in order to make that right-of-way width happen. We're not interested in causing a huge commotion and putting dots on people's houses and telling them they're going to go away, but we've met with the neighborhood and said there's going to be some impacts to properties here. Again, we don't know what those are at this point. This is a very high-level study, or basically determining how many lanes we need, and exact impacts will be determined in final design. Again, option 2 was popular. That was the multi-use trail. People like that connection between Provo River and Lakeview Parkway. Some of the concerns we had is people cutting through neighborhoods. Certainly, I think last time we showed a heat map image of where we anticipate traffic increasing and traffic decreasing. So it certainly shifts traffic. It doesn't necessarily, it makes some places better and some places worse as far as that goes. But we are evaluating all of that, or that will be evaluated in future studies as well. So school children and crossings is also a concern. We'll just run through a few of these. If you have any questions as you read through your bullet points, feel free to contact me and ask any questions you have. I just don't know that unless you want me to, I know you're behind, so Kim, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask you about snow removal with the buffered bike lanes. Is that the responsibility of the homeowner then, if that's in front of their home, or the business owner?
That's probably quite onerous of us to require of the homeowners. What we've committed to in other similar situations is the city actually do the snow removal. Again, this is so high level at this point, we haven't committed anything, even on that cross-section design at all. So, but typically in other situations, we've committed as a city to take care of the snow removal.
The last slide, when it talked about go big or go home, as well as, hey, if you're going to do it, and I assume this is from the people that are living in the homes. If you're going to do it, you're going to take property, take the whole thing. Many of those homes that are along 820, there's only one home between 820 and Provo River Trail, or Provo River Trail on the other side of the river. Without going big, we've also in Vision 2030 talked about using the riverfront as an amenity, and I don't know, it makes me wonder if those homes were being taken, what could go in there that might be enhancement.
And that's obviously a consideration to be had as we move forward in final design. Like I say, we don't want to label any homes at this time. People, as Chad and I have gone out and met with the neighborhood, they want to know what do I do with my home? Come buy my home now. And we've just had to tell them, no, live your lives. Don't rebuild your entire home, but if you want to replace your carpet, replace your carpet. If you need to redo your roof or whatever. So We're trying to be sensitive of the residents along that corridor, not identify exact impacts until we actually have a project ready to move forward. And then they'll be compensated fairly for those. Anyway.
Can I bring up something more specific since you've got it right in front of me? Talking about crossings for school children. See how right down the right corner the sidewalk ends? There's a whole bunch of debris that pushes you right out into the traffic lane. And you got to cross those tracks. Then you get a sidewalk again and you cross the street. Then you go back down to the next train track. The same thing happens. We've got a lot of concerns from the citizens that have kids. We've got the two high schools, the junior high school, and kids are going back and forth on the street. And they're really concerned. Okay, somebody's going to get killed.
We are working with UDOT, who regulates all railroad crossings, to improve that. We're doing that as a project.
I know that's not part of the big picture. It's a little.
No, we're working on that as we speak to make that better and provide pedestrian crossing improvements at the railroad. Unfortunately, we have to deal with UDOT because they have jurisdiction over all crossings. Even though it's a city street, we still have to work with UDOT.
And we're looking at that independent of the 820 North improvements. We're going to do that well in advance of anything that happens on 820.
So from University Avenue to 9th East, there's a plan to increase the width of the street up to 84 feet. There's a point, it's kind of a pinch point where just past Brick Oven, where the stairs come down from BYU, and then there's a building right on the corner, and I think 200 East, I think. How do you work around that pinch point?
So again, we haven't done a final design. We haven't even talked to BYU about this.
Okay.
All we've done so far is identify a need for a number of lanes to handle the anticipated vehicle volumes. We currently have, for most of that stretch, all the way up to even 700 East, we have 82.5 feet of right of way. So as far as actual property impact, it's not huge. Part of the discussion as you get up next to BYU, and we'll look at some of the pedestrian impacts along 800 North, is we really feel, at least as a project team, that we need to engage BYU in providing some sort of pedestrian improvements through that area, whether it be grade separated, where you're already up high on the BYU side. It lends itself to a grade separated pedestrian crossing of some sort. Certainly makes it easier. It would be more widely used, where you don't have to go up to cross and then go back down. You're already up on the north side. So we'll get to that a little bit, but we're just talking as far as width now. Again, 84 feet. There's a lot of stuff that can fit in 84 feet. We're including, there's possibility of leaving parking. If you want to take that space away from pedestrians, you can, minimize sidewalk and planter strip widths and put in parking, or if we feel like this really should be, and this is kind of where our steering committee led us, was we really need to make this a very state-of-the-art pedestrian area. As close as it is to campus, it needs to be that. So
it also needs to move traffic east and west, because there's a broad, now that you can't go through BYU, you have 820 North, 700 North, and then you have University Parkway. Those are your three options if you're living in that, if that's in that section of off of 9th East. And so just any of those, that east-west traffic, 820 North, so, it's obviously heavily traveled.
And really that was the goal of this study, was how do we get people from the west side and a potential interchange at I-15 to our major trip generator, BYU. And so part of this is kind of the cross section we showed them, just letting people know that we need 3 lanes in there based on the vehicle volumes we're expecting. Again, there's a number of things we can do with that cross section, but we felt as a steering committee and a team, this really needed to be definitely accommodate the vehicular traffic, but make it very accommodating to bicycles and pedestrians as well. So some of the comments received is pedestrians, and we'll kind of skip over. If you look at these number of pedestrians crossing, this is an hourly volume of pedestrian crossings. It is a huge number of pedestrians. Some of the questions we had, well, why don't we make this arterial connection on 700 North? A couple of things with that. We have BRT, which is essentially taking every spare inch of right-of-way on 700 North in order to put an arterial street like we're talking connection to 900 East. There's no more room to widen 700 East or 700 North. And then the pedestrian volumes on 700 they're about the same. They're not a lot better. And so some of the things we're recommending to make that accommodate vehicles as well as pedestrians is installing a number of pedestrian signals that actually control the crossings, that give the vehicles a chance to actually progress down the corridor, but also provide a safe crossing for the pedestrians. And then these are some of the areas that we really need to engage BYU in providing a good answer for pedestrians in the area. If I'm forgetting anything, forgive me. I'm trying to speed through this so I respect your time. But one of the recommendations of the study is that there be a direct connection to 900 East on 800 North. There is a jog at 700 East that as we move forward in future planning and as we move forward with our transportation master plan update, this study we fully intend that this guides the update to our transportation master plan in that area. Recommendation is again, remove on-street parking, provide a state-of-the-art pedestrian bicycle environment, and recommend that direct connection to 900 East. As you get closer to 900 East, that becomes more problematic, and so we're recommending a flexible cross-section that provides for all the needs in the area and allows for that connection to 900 East. Again, we don't know exactly what that looks like. We're still pretty high level, but that's the connection that we feel is appropriate. We won't talk too much about the interchange just because we've already talked about it, but that was included in the survey. Large percentage of the respondents are in favor of an additional interchange. This was not specific to the 800 North location. This was just, hey, do you feel one is appropriate or needed, or would you benefit from it? Somewhere between University Parkway and Provo Center Street. We also asked the question, how do you most often access I-15? One that if you remember back to some of the demographics and neighborhoods that responded, this middle one was interesting to us, that a lot of people are actually using Geneva Road to go up to University Parkway to access I-15. And a lot of them are coming from the Joaquin, Grandview South neighborhood, so they're kind of making that roundabout that if there were an interchange somewhere in between, it definitely would be well utilized. Again, the recommendation on interchange is that there actually be an environmental impacts study completed. Again, that will be done by UDOT to determine the most appropriate location, if any, for an interchange. So they're kind of down to the nuts and bolts of the study. There are a few things that we will be coming to council, some immediately and some with the modification or the update to the transportation master plan. One that we feel is very important and will probably come to you in the coming months as a separate item would be to extend 620 North from Lakeshore Drive to Lakeview Parkway. Currently that collector street designation ends at Lakeshore Drive. Well, the street ends at Lakeshore Drive, but we would propose, but with the high school moving out, we feel like we need to kind of get ahead of that relocation and starting the school. So we'll be bringing a package to you to amend the current transportation master plan map that extends that collector street from Lakeshore Drive to Lakeview Parkway. The 800 North corridor, this isn't really a modification of the transportation master plan. It's just pointing out that there is an impact. That's already shown as an arterial street on our transportation master plan. It's just pointing out as a kind of a final wrap up here that there are significant impacts in carrying out our master plan. And then the 800 North to University, from University Avenue, 900 East. Currently, the arterial street designation jogs down to 700 North at 400 East. Again, we've talked about kind of why that doesn't work. And the recommendation of the study is to provide that arterial connection along 800 North, 820 North to 900 East. So it's essentially flopping the collector street designation back to 700 North and leaving 800 North as an arterial street all the way to 900 East. But we would anticipate doing that with our update to the transportation master plan coming up in the next year.
So with that, with the 800 and 820 on the east side, would there be a smooth connection or just there'd be the jump there?
So I think we all envision something smoother than is there. We've asked, and we'll probably see in the final report that you will all see in the next couple of months. That's probably the recommendation. But again, we're so high level, we don't want to place any sort of direct impact on properties at this time. But that would be the ideal outcome. Okay, again, I won't go through this too much, but if you do have any questions, please feel free to reach out to myself or to Chad. Again, Chad with Mountain Land, he's the team leader, the project leader on this study, overseeing the regional aspects of the study, which is with Provo City being the government center, the education center, the center of everything in Utah County, right? We want to keep it that way. That's where the regional players come into, and UDOT has also been on our study team and also on our steering committee. So if there are no other questions, Chad, do you want to take just a second?
I just want to say this is the conclusion of our study, and so what you're seeing on the overall summary is the results of our study. There will be a document prepared about a month or so that we'll distribute to you. The purpose we're here today is because we've been invited by neighborhood groups to go out and to share this information. We wanted to make sure you got it first, so that as they called you with questions or concerns, you were informed as to what had happened and what the study results are. So that's why we're here today. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Chad, is this available on the internet?
It will be on the weekend. Okay. We'll put it on that same webpage, that 820northprovo.com. And then
Same place they went for the survey.
Yes.
They go back now.
Yes, they go back and find that there. And we'll send out an email blitz to all those who have participated in the survey, so they can come back and see that. And then we'll be out visiting neighborhoods and sharing all this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is a discussion on a section of the city center roof replacement. This will be presented by the collateral facilities services.
Good afternoon. I appreciate you having me up. I'd like to go over some details for the roof project over here on the Fire Station 1. The city center complex here has 5 main roof sections. The west center where the west section where finance is, the double section where you have the mayor and the chamber area. There's a middle south section, which is this wing right here, council. A double section on the east where the house police, and then Fire Station 1 calm down area. Last year I prioritized the condition of those 5 sections, and they're all in pretty bad shape. They're 40 plus years old roofing material that's on there now. Probably it's pretty easy to say we've got our money's worth out of our roof materials we have in the city center right now. Anyway, this is if I prioritize those, this section over here on ComDev is the worst section that's in bad shape. It's just aged and deteriorating to a point where we really need to consider replacement of that area. Last year we had a couple not real bad windstorms. We had some wind come through and we got several of the large sections of existing shingles blow off over into the city center patio area. There's some areas on the roof where you can actually be up in the attic section and look through and see some pretty significant gaps in the area of the roof that's not covered with shingles. The area, that roof section needs to really be considered as in urgent need for replacement. The major part of that project would be disposing of the asbestos shingles that exist today. They're an old tile concrete asbestos composite. They're a real hard, like a ceramic tile, not ceramic tile, but something similar to that is on there now. So that part of that bid will include having all that asbestos material properly disposed of and taken to an approved waste facility. We're looking at installing a good high quality 40-year asphalt shingle on the building to try to keep the cost down with good durability, flexibility, and withstand weather conditions, to include up to about 110 mile-an-hour winds, which hopefully we'll never see, but you never know.
Question.
Yes,
Did you say a 40-year roof?
40-year warranty shingle, yeah.
Do we really plan on the building being here that long?
Well, I sure hope not. If Wayne or, of course, I guess Courtney could address that, but
Because you could get a 30-year roof, right?
yeah, you can get, actually, we get a 20 or a 30 or a 40. But,
Right.
yeah, so we could have, in the bid process, we could actually have them get different warranty durations.
You also know that the 40s only going to last 25, and the 30s only.
That's another good point, yeah. That's a real good selling point on their warranty durations. So.
Consider that.
Also part of the project would be a 60 mil rubber membrane section that would put around the entire perimeter, gutter perimeter around the building that is in need of replacement as well to stop that leaking around the gutter. The project would probably take about 5 to 6 weeks to complete. So I obviously put the project out to a formal bid process upon approval from the council for the funding. So that's about it in a nutshell. Unless you have any questions, I can answer.
Other questions?
Money's in the budget?
I'm sorry?
Money is in the budget to do it?
John?
Well, as we've looked at revenues for this year, our revenues overall are up over and above what we budgeted in the general fund, and this would just come out of fund balance.
So money coming in from balance will go back out to fund this?
That's correct. And we know we're excited about putting significant dollars into this building, but this is one of those things where it's gonna really start impacting our operations, and we think based on the condition of the roof, that is the prudent thing to do, just because best case scenario is gonna take some time if we decide to relocate, so we're
You gotta do it, John. I don't know how you can't go with what we have today.
Although if we had an open house with a leaky roof, that might include.
Sounds like we have an open house.
Yeah, that's right.
A real open house.
It's transparency.
Is there any discussion or any questions or motion to that effect?
So do we need a motion to put it on the
I
agenda?
think
Or
you need a motion to be able to come back to ask for the funding to be.
Yes.
So, should we clarify that motion for Louise? Yeah. You want to wordsmith that?
What's your time frame, John?
We would love to have it come up on an action agenda item in the first council meeting in June if possible.
A motion to move this item forward in the first council meeting in June, where council will consider a resolution to move forward with
Appropriation to fund the money out of general fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your resolution?
I think Mr. Van Buren second, and all in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. The next item of business is a discussion on the recreation center capital projects.
Kim, is there a possibility of a break, or do we have to push it all that time to make sure?
Yeah, do we throw the 5-minute break?
Probably be good.
We're 33 seconds ahead.
We got an answer, George. Charlene, I texted her about the mortgage. I said, will a bank loan on a new home that has an owner occupancy restriction of as little as 2, 3, or 4 years? She said maybe, but it's doubtful.
Oh, I'm with you.
So I was responding to
Okay.
1 year.
The 1 year was the federal deal.
So that's, no,
I did see Don's.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem because depending on the mortgage you get from the federal government, it requires that, so you don't flip it. And maybe that's the FHA requirement.
You can get a loan.
No, she said it was doubtful you could get a loan with that kind of restriction.
Somebody's taking the hard line. The one lady.
Everything I've been doing, working from. So.
Well, you know, it was several years ago. They were gonna release everybody, and they asked us, the neighborhood board, to release all of ours, we refused.
If you want the additional.
And we talked about the fact that it wasn't really that not as a topic for the agenda, just asking some of the representatives. And they were like, have an issue or problem with it.
Follow the arrow. Next item of business is discussion on the recreation center capital projects, and this item will be introduced by Scott Henderson, who is our Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you again for the lunch with the Parks and Recreation Board. All comments from the board were very, very positive, and they love that this council cherishes that association with our board. That's something very important to them. So we're here to talk about the Recreation Center, and sometimes maybe we sound like a broken record, but we're experiencing some great successes at this Recreation Center. I'm also joined here by Bryce Merrill, who is our Recreation Center manager, so may call on him for some operational questions if there's any. What we've seen this year is every month has been higher than last year. So if you see on the second row on the far right, this is to the end of April. We're actually $422,000 above last year's revenue number, which we based our budget on. So May, since we opened in May and June are normally pretty busy months for us with renewals. So we're expecting to be ending at about $4.6 million in revenue. And that was based on a $4.1 million in revenue budget and a $4.1 million expense budget. So we're looking to have about $500,000 over rec center budget and expenses by the end of the year. And even though that's a great story, and there's a lot of communities in the United States that would love to have that same story, some things that make it even better are our senior facilities and programs are included in that budget. So therefore, you'll see in a lot of communities that the highest subsidized facility are senior facilities because low revenue charges, operating facility, high expenses. And ours are included in this. We also have, and this was at council's recommendation, we have put in the future needs of the facility in our budget. So we carry, based on incremental and life of asset, that we carry, I think in this year's budget, it's about $400,000 in capital for the future needs of the facility as we put away for a savings account. Also covers an outdoor pool, a skate park, and not to think that the only thing that saves us is people walking through the door and paying revenues and buying memberships and admissions. We also look for constant efficiencies in operations on how we staff the facility, what training methods do we use, how do we become more proficient with our use of utilities. We've even explored a contract with wholesale utilities for Questar, which is estimated at our current use to save us about $100,000 over the next year. So that's been a nice surprise, but it is an estimate. And then we also, Bryce has set up an intricate system of expenditure management with so many staff members from aquatics to community to seniors. All those expenses are reviewed and gone over. So he has a really good feel in a $4.1 million expense budget on where all the dollars are going. So we have a lot of great business minds in the room, and a lot of businesses start in garages. And as the product that you're selling becomes more and more popular, you have a choice. You continue to work out of the garage and you say, this is my cap right now. This is the best I can do. Or you take some of those additional revenues and you put them back into the facility and try to cover it. Right now we have, you could call it a dilemma, but we were estimated at about $2.3 million in revenues by the company that did the pro forma for the rec center. So that's 2.3 in the estimate, 4.1 is what we're, no, 4.6 is what we're experiencing now. So twice. So that means that we're operating in a very different way at the recreation center. So as long as we adapt to that and increase our capacities, increase what we're doing, then we can maintain that level If not, then eventually our services and our use will drop to the level where they can receive the best amount of service. So I think that's why reinvestment is really important in a success story like this. We have to ask, are we covering the needs of today? And I think that's the appropriation that we're asking for, is some of the needs of today. An example of a conversation that could be had is we have so many people going to the outdoor pool that we're getting requests for additional lounge chairs, additional furniture, so that they have some place to sit while they're at the pool. Well, right now, with our future needs covered, we tell them, no, we don't have the money in the budget right now to cover additional pool furniture, but when that treadmill breaks down 8 years from now, we've got that covered. So we have a little bit of a hole in our operation about the current capital needs that we have at the recreation center. We divided it in the criteria looking at these projects, things that increase safety, increase that capacity, or add to our efficiency. Once again, in this year's model, all costs are covered by rec center revenues. These are revenues that people have paid to utilize the recreation center over and above what we expected in our budget. And the ones that we're asking for today are selected by time frame. Since we realize this is May, we're probably not able to start a project and finish it by the end of the year, but this does not cover all of our needs. There are sometimes where we're going to have to talk about the competition pool, concrete resurface. We're noticing some slipping by patrons in the bleacher area. After a child wins the 50-meter swim, the first thing we want to do is go hug their parents up in the bleachers, and that concrete up there is a little slick when a wet swimmer goes up there. Polar fitness monitor is another wish list item we're looking at in the future. We're able to monitor people in our fitness classes' heart rates, so we can get an individual-based idea of where they stand, so our instructors can see if someone is overworking or if she or he needs to change the program. So it's a better way and a safer way to monitor people in our fitness classes. Provo has big families. I don't know if that comes as a revelation to anybody, and that means Child Watch is pushing its capacities. And so we need to add some amenities there to keep the children happy and engaged and on different activity centers, so that we can increase our capacity in Child Watch, because all of our over 20,000 members are demanding more Child Watch capacity. And then another one talks about capacity is outdoor digital lockers, looking at better ways for our patrons to store. But those ones aren't included in the request that we're bringing before you today. This is what we have included, utilized. You can see that this adds up to $308,000. So with the $500,000 in additional revenues, we are not proposing that we utilize all those revenues. So these were the ones that we decided to come forward with. I can go over these, but what we're looking at is additional fencing, which creates a control point weakness when we're letting in competitive swim teams to the competitive pool entrance. They are actually able to gain access to the leisure swimming pool by putting up a fence there. We're able to cover that control point. Putting in a new pool surface at our outdoor pool. Way back before all of our times, it was concrete, painted concrete, and the health department said you had your last year with that. So we need to change that surface to be able to operate for this summer. ADA access for our new corporate pavilion on site, and getting a sidewalk out to those areas. We need to be able to make emergency announcements to the outdoor pool, and adding that PA system there. And then I used a scenario where we talked about the pool furniture, also an outdoor digital menu, so we can promote additional sales and profits at our concessions area. And then moving inside, our special events at the recreation center are even bigger than we've imagined. So we now have to look at buying floor covering for all of our gymnasiums instead of one gymnasium. BMI machines are a better way to test your advancement in fitness. Just testing your body weight is not the best way. This tests, your body mass index. So it's something that our fitness patrons are asking for, and fitness drives a lot of our membership revenue. Our racquetball players are asking for seating pods going with each one so they can turn both their racquetball into a fun and social situation while they're down there. Chairs and tables for the community side. We are having much more times where we have the multi-purpose room, both classrooms, and other events all going on at the same time. And right now we don't have enough tables and chairs to cover that. And then on a staffing efficiency model, we see a mobile computing solution. Instead of just filling every slot at the front desk area for customer service, we're able to have mobile computing so we can react to who's coming in. If we have a large group of dailies, then we can move that person and take them over there. Or if we get a rush in on memberships, like we're seeing when we go through our legacy renewals, then we're able to adapt to that and move to those models too. So what we're asking the council is to allow the extra revenues that the recreation center is generating and invest in that rec center so we can keep this success story going. Just in case there's any questions on the actual project, I did put a site picture in case there's any. Yes.
Earlier you talked about some polar monitors for. Yes. Polar fitness monitors. Now I don't see that in the next slide. So are these two different slides, things that are being asked for?
Right. So this, I wanted to make the point that we did not cover all needs and put everything on the list. These are things that still need to be done at the recreation center, and we're hoping with our continued success, we can partner up with you to get these things maybe at a later time.
Okay, thank you.
Dave.
So it's $400 and some thousand of revenue, kind of unexpected. This is what we're gonna do with some of it, right?
Correct.
So it looks like the facility is not just doing, better than expected. Are we to the point where we are calling it kind of cash positive, or?
So right now, the rec center covers its direct costs. There's no subsidy that's ever been associated with the rec center at this point. And now it is working even to the point of $500,000 over direct costs. So the success model keeps going.
So my question is, when it comes to O&M and purchases like this, we're doing well, but separately, are we not paying back the bond? And how much is the bond per year?
So the bond payment is part of a general obligation bond, and so that is paid out of property taxes, assessed on every resident of Provo. So that is not paid out of the operating side. John, you might know the
About
amount.
$3 million a year, the debt payment.
And that just comes out of the general fund?
It comes out of the debt service fund, and it comes from property taxes that are collected from the residents as a result of the bond, as a result of the election.
This raises the question for me, how, I know that a lot of the patrons are not just Provo patrons, they're from other areas, and I know we do have a charge for those that are out of area, correct?
We do.
But I wonder what's the tipping point where you get to the point where a lot of people from outside the city are using the services, yet they're not paying the general obligation bond. And then we start to get to the point where we're having to replace things and update things because of the wear and tear, but not necessarily all Provo citizens putting that wear and tear on the facility. I guess how would you respond to that?
So we looked at, and it was a great exercise that came out of the Citizen Budget Committee as we went back and looked at it. And we looked what a $200,000 home would be paying if, for the bond. And so then we took that to a family membership and the differential, which is somewhere between 20 and 25% differential for resident versus non-resident. And those numbers came pretty close. So I wish I could say I applied that science when we came up with a resident and non-resident, but it's one that actually worked out in our favor here.
So you're not worried about more and more people coming to use it because you feel like everybody will be contributing with their gate fee or with their passes to keeping up the rec center with some of these short-term fixes, some of these short-term costs?
These do help. These are some of the things right at the front line where determine whether or not a patron enjoys their experience or not, whether or not they've got a chair to sit in while they're at the outdoor pool, or some of the things that we can add to this. So I think we're 162,000 square feet with an outdoor facility, and we haven't reached capacity. Those discussions come up in July and March, January through March, when right after the new year happens. But I think we have a tendency to normalize in the other times. And when our busiest months, as crazy as it is in a rec center model, our busiest months at the rec center are June, July, and August, which every other indoor facility, there's no one there. But because we have an interesting outdoor element, those are our busiest times, but that is also the time we're operating in every single square foot of the facility, both indoor and outdoor, so we're able to handle that capacity.
So if we ever get to the point where we feel like we are hitting capacity and it's not just a matter of adding more lounge chairs, but we're actually negatively impacting the experience, I think Ms. Santiago kind of brings up a good point where perhaps increasing the non-resident portion could possibly decrease the demand on that side, to keep it a better experience for the residents themselves, and maybe not impact the revenues all that much, because the ones who would still be coming would be paying more.
It definitely is a model to do that and to maintain that focus on our residents. I think, Bryce, didn't you do a study that we were looking at our non-resident people, and most of them were coming under a corporate membership to where they were coming to Provo to work for a business in Provo and utilizing the rec center. And then, so that's where a lot of our non-residents came from, wasn't it?
Yeah, we have about 3,500 non-resident members at the recreation center, but I think about 80% of those are tied to our corporate membership. So New Skin employees, BYU employees, IHC. And so we currently manage about 55 corporate memberships. And that's, I think, been important to us to court those businesses and make them and their employees have a nice value add. So we could look at maybe pulling out the hundreds of non-resident, non-corporate members and charging them. But again, it's a smaller piece of the pie in terms of actual flow.
How many memberships are the total?
About 23,000. 23,000 members across about 10,000 memberships.
Okay. 23, and then about 3,500 of those are
currently
non-residents.
non-residents.
So roughly 20,000
residents.
It's impressive.
Yeah, when we talk about that number with other communities, and there are a lot of other communities interested in our operation, they are amazed that 1 out of every 4, 1 out of every 5 people in our community, based on the raw numbers, is a member of the recreation center.
So we have a large number of students, BYU and UVU, living in Provo. How many students are really in that mix, and how many are just resident families?
So we don't, one of our demographic measures is not student status, but we do have a large portion of our age of 20 to 29-year-olds. And so we have a good representation, compared to Provo census numbers of how many 20 to 29-year-olds live here. We have a proportionate amount of members that sort of match that. So UVU actually does a really good job of investing in the student wellness, and they have great facilities over there. BYU not as much, and so we see a higher percentage of BYU students, obviously proximity to the south of campus neighborhoods, but also because there are not great student workout amenities there. So we do see a lot more of those BYU students with us.
And how many of them do you think actually use places like Vasa or others?
Definitely a different business model. Vasa is definitely catered, and other fitness facilities are definitely catered to that 18 to 35-year-old demographic, and dollar for dollar, that might be a better buy for a lot of students. So it's not something where we would probably compete with the Vasa or anything like that, but I don't want to make up a number for you here, but I feel like we have 4,500 members in that 20 to 29-year-old. And so by the time you factor in the young families and the students, we're probably sitting at a couple thousand, college students that are members at our recreation center. Mr. Stewart?
don't want to burst any bubbles, but you said the operating expenses and the revenues are exceeding the budget by about $400,000, but you're not allocating anything from Parks and Recreation Administration, which normally you would allocate its percentage, which would be 40%, which would be $486,000. So the only way you can say that you're profitable with that much is to say that there's no overhead, no indirect expenses. And there are indirect expenses, your staff. So
how I answer that, and I was pretty careful to say it because I've gone through this exercise quite often, is that it's direct expenses. So it is covering its budget. Now, what percentage of allocation do we put on for administration? What percent? Those seem to be somewhat of a harder number to completely quantify. You know, I guess the way I answer that, George, is before this rec center was built, what positions existed in the city, and then what positions were added because of this rec center. And other than the positions paid in the rec center budget, not one position was added to the city because of the rec center opening. So there's two ways to look at whether or not you could say, I think 40% would be a little bit high, but
that's just the percent of revenue. That's the percent of your budget is 40%. The rec center is 40% of your overall budget.
Okay.
That's right. That's how you normally allocate indirect expenses.
Yeah, and then sometimes it doesn't, the amount of administration does not always automatically match the
So it's half of it,
expense.
so it's 200,000. So that would help fund the whole department from your profit, but anyway.
But, you know, as we look at this, we're asking to reinvest. We're asking to keep the story going. We're still leaving approximately $200,000 on the table towards administration. And in next year's budget, I think as it sits right now, I mean, sometime in the development process, but right now the rec center's budget at $4.5 million with a $4.1 million expense budget. So our new break-even point is now $400,000 over direct expenses.
I just want to point out that it is, and you did point it out, I'm sure it's picked up, that these are direct costs, not including any indirect.
Right, I mean, and you can continue to, whether it's Parks and Rec Administration, or it's City Council, or it's Mayor, their finance, there's always going to be overhead costs that could be allocated. Sometimes I like our success story, and it's definitely a success story that, not many communities can do, but we can always move the bar. You know, we can always move the break-even bar, and that can make it somewhat difficult.
You know, obviously though, if you took half of your profit and put it to the administration, you can reduce the parks, you can reduce the city overall general fund budget by that amount.
You could.
And therefore, we're just looking for a way not to have to increase property taxes.
I understand. And what I think as my priority as the person and the department that was involved with the team of taking $800,000 of subsidies of the old Eldred Senior Center, the center, and the former recreation center, and turning that into, if you talk about the $200,000 this year, eliminating that subsidy and that $200,000, that is $1 million to the good. So I understand that $1 million goes like poof and dust, but I think when you look at all recreation facilities, including the golf course, the Peaks Ice Arena, and the Cubby Center, there's about $2 million in less subsidy than when they open that the general fund now has available to spend. So I think we're right on the same page with each other.
I think you've been a spectacular success, so thank you. I think we just need to moderate that slightly, because there's also $3 million a year going to pay off the bonds. It's not allocated to the running of the rec center.
Right, but the citizens did vote and approve their property.
I understand.
I actually have a question on that, and I was hoping we'd have time. I just want to draw a diagram and answer a question, but I think maybe keeping them all on time, so maybe I can talk with you outside of this meeting. But I do have a question about the money that we're setting aside for future maintenance and expenses, and I kind of want to understand what the scope of that is. So
we can do that for sure.
Thank you.
Also, there was a little discussion at one time about the implementation of the RAP tax, and
Is this part of that? This is a different type of thing for monies that were that wouldn't be available. And how is this part of covering those other things? This is a different thing than what we're doing, but I'm concerned about how we're covering those plans and implementing the RAP tax.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what we're looking for is efficiency in bids. If you're talking about not assessing the RAP tax earlier and how we're going to make that up, this hasn't been utilized as a solution to that model, but I think we've got some time over 10 years to look for some bid and project efficiency models to try to make it so that we're not having to eliminate or reduce any projects that we deliver to our citizens. So we've got some opportunities in the RAP tax fund to be able to try to mitigate that approximate $300,000 loss.
Are there other questions? So look for a motion then to have a resolution prepared with these items that would be taken from your revenues. Right?
Actually,
Go ahead.
fund balance.
Or from fund balance, because the revenues have already gone to fund balance.
I would define it as an appropriation.
An appropriation,
Motion.
okay, so, resolution funding or appropriating this money back to Parks and Rec.
What's the timeframe? Sorry.
Yeah, when do you need this on an agenda?
With the end of the budget year coming so soon, probably as quickly as possible to get it on the agenda so we're able to try to get as much, obviously as much as done, before we get to the end of the purchasing cycle of this fiscal year.
3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks, something like that.
So I would move to forward this item to our council meeting in 3 weeks, looking to create an appropriation for these projects.
Is there a second? All in favor? Voting is unanimous, I think, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item of business is a discussion on the reprogramming of CDBG funds. This will be presented by Dan Gonzalez, our analyst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. What we're proposing is appropriation of fund balance reprogramming CDBG funds. Let me give you a little bit of history here where we're getting the money is. For the fiscal year current, there had been a proposal to utilize the revenues received from two activities, the small business loan and the down payment assistance program. Sorry, I lost my papers here. There you go. So it was a total of $44,800 from the small business loans and $80,550 from this down payment assistance loans. It had been proposed to use those in this current year for those two specific activities. However, for some reason, we found out as the year was going through that those two items were not appropriated or appeared in the budget at all. The proposal is, so the total of those two amounts is $125,365. The proposal is to use a total of $50,000 to give a grant to the owners of the startup building for the relocation of a transformer in their facility. Hopefully you had an opportunity to read the staff report and gives you all the background on that.
We haven't seen it.
It was,
Yeah, it's in our documents.
it's in the documents online.
It's on public, I don't know. Public documents.
Okay. So,
I was able to.
Okay. So what happened here is a couple of years ago, the owners were given a loan to rehab the facility, and they have been successful in bringing in startup businesses and helping them out. But one of the concerns or conditions to continue on with that was to relocate a transformer that is right now enclosed in a room within the facility. That energy told them they needed to put that somewhere else. And so Dixon Halls, the deputy mayor for the economic development, met with the board of the Business Development Corporation, explained the situation, the proposal for the grant, which was then approved by that committee. So in the sense that we had already in mind appropriating $44,000 at the beginning of the year for the small business loan activity, we're basically adding $6,000 to that to bring it to a grand total of $50,000, so that the grant can be provided so they can relocate the transformer that is enclosed. The second item is most of you are familiar with 400 West from Center Street to 100 North. That's the only street in the downtown that has not yet been upgraded to the standard that was established a few years ago. And there was a proposal with current CDBG, there was an application from a business that is located in that street right now, Rural Housing Development Corporation, to work with the engineering department to bring that upgrade. So right now there's 109 to that one of, I'm not sure what that's.
I think we used up all the battery.
Okay, should I continue or?
Speak loud.
Okay.
Yeah, just speak louder.
So $192,000 for that project are coming from funds that were already there. There's an appropriation that is coming through the budget in the different activities that you approved a couple of weeks ago for the CDBG program that is coming. It's an additional $156,000. However, the total for the project, it's a little bit over $400,000. So there's additional funding needed. So the proposal is to use the balance of this $125,000, which came from the down payment assistance and small business loan activities, to use the balance that was to be allocated for down payment assistance instead to finalize this project.
And what's included in the project? Exactly what are they doing?
They're redoing the curb and gutter and the sidewalk. They're just bringing it up to standard with the rest of.
Are they doing that special sidewalk?
Yes,
Sidewalk?
absolutely. Yes.
It's currently an irrigation.
Right.
Right now, there's the irrigation curb and gutter. So they're bringing it up to spec with everything else. And that is the last part of the downtown that needs to be done. There is, in the staff report, I stated a total of $55,055 that we would be using. We're actually correcting that amount because there were some other costs that have not been contemplated. And this is in regards with water. I should have brought the engineering guys to explain this to you better than I can. And also so there's utilities that will be moved and brought underneath, underground. So there were additional costs that we had not been contemplated on this $403,000 proposal that will be needed. So the request, instead of $55,000, is for $145,000. It's not anticipated that all that funding will be used, but the majority of that will be. So the balance, because we're only bringing $70,000 from the down payment assistance, the balance that we're proposing to reprogram comes from the commercial facade renovation program. Currently, that program has $290,000 allocated. That includes $100,000 that are coming from next year. And at the rate of these facades that are going from anywhere up to $10,000, that would be upwards of 20 businesses that would be requiring these, requesting these facade grants. So we anticipate that we can, in future funding, if it's needed, bring some more money if it's needed for the facade program. But in order to use timely the funding that is already there and to complete the project completely in the for the 400 West building, we are requesting $70,000 from the commercial facade program to be reprogrammed for that 400 West project.
How much was that?
74,000.
So 74 from the facade and 55 from down payment assistance?
No, it's actually 75.
75 from down payment assistance, 74 from the facade, and then another 50 from down payments for the transfer formula.
Correct.
That improvement to Fourth West goes from where to where?
From Center Street to 100 West.
Did we close 400 West from Center Street to, or from first north to second north for Harmons? Has that been undone? The street was closed so he could remodel his dealership.
On 100 West, on 400 West?
400 West.
Okay.
Is that the road divides between his parking lot, his two dealership?
That would be the following block.
It's open now, but it was voted. I don't think we ever rescinded that action. He asked me if we had, I said I wasn't aware that we had.
It's still open right now.
It is open, and that's.
I know it's open.
Is the block immediately north to that.
I just think Brian, we need to check and see if that's still in effect.
Okay.
We did close that for him 6 years ago. It probably had a date that it ran to.
How much money were you reprogramming from the revolving fund, the business? No, there was another.
Commercial facade?
No.
So it was.
Initially, you said it was down payment assistance.
And
then you
small
said
business.
Small business loans.
Yeah.
How much were you reprogramming from the small business?
It's $44,000.
44.
Is that all that's left in that fund?
Yes.
BDC doesn't exist anymore, right?
Not really, no.
Okay. But they approved that transfer some time ago while they still exist?
Correct.
Okay. That's what I read. I was just curious about.
Yeah.
So where's the 44,000 going?
So the $44,000 is still going to, okay. The $44,000 is going to the $50,000 for the transformer.
Okay.
So a portion of the down payment assistance is going to go to complete the $50,000 that is needed there. Then the balance of that plus $74,000 from the commercial facade is what we're requesting to reprogram and appropriate for the 400 West project.
What kind of balance does that leave in the commercial facade? There should be some money there.
Yeah, it will leave like $240,000.
So another, you could do another.
Yeah, there's plenty of money available
That's how
for
much is left.
after taking the $70,000, yes. It's a healthy fund, which is the reason why we're choosing it. And also that there's funding that has been allocated from a few years ago that we need to use because it's aging.
That's general fund, I'm just kidding.
You mentioned earlier that the down payment assistance fund and the small business did not make it into the budget. I don't know your exact words, but.
Right.
How does that not make it into the budget? Where is it
I
going?
really could not explain to you why they didn't make it to the budget. But you're familiar with this type of sheet, is like the one you saw a few years ago, I mean, a few weeks ago. There's those two items right there, $44,000 and $80,000. But for some reason, when the budget was prepared for it, those two did not make it. Everything else made it into the budget, but those two did not make it.
So this
So it was an
recent
in-house.
budget document, it just, those line items just didn't make it into our current budget we have for us. Right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So after this, will there still be money in the down payment fund, assistance fund?
Not from CDBG, but we have a little over $340,000 in home funds for that program, which is the reason why we decided not to use it in helping.
And so we're just actually adding this to the budget, we're not really appropriating it. We're adding to this 2016-17 budget.
Right, that would be appropriated for the current year, what I'm asking for.
The year coming up, this year now, or
The year that we're currently.
15-16, 15-16?
Yes.
Okay.
It's reprogramming.
We're reprogramming, yeah, okay.
Correct.
So moved.
So this is, we're just reprogramming, we don't have to do it in the regular council meeting? And
Right.
we're
It
gonna
has
Do
to,
it here? We do need to do it in the regular.
yeah, it has to go
So
to
you're
council
moving
motion for a
to
resolution.
Motion to move it to the council meeting.
To the May.
Need it tonight?
No, we can wait for the.
So in 3 weeks, council meeting in 3 weeks.
Yes.
Okay, is everybody clear on the motion? Louise, are you clear?
Louise hasn't got it clear.
Okay, so we're. That is, you heard, you had it in 3 weeks, is that, can't do that?
Basically, we're reprogramming for various funds.
Just have one more discussion.
So the 50,000 for the transformer location, where is our obligation? See, where are we paying that for a privately held piece of property? Is that just going along with our startup attitude, and at what point do we expect the Taylors to take responsibility for that building, I guess, is my question.
Good question.
I know, Dan, that's not your.
Right.
I was gonna defer, but if no one else, what I got out of reading the thing is that, the city could kind of try to take upon themselves to facilitate and incubate these startups, but they decided instead of doing it themselves, they would try to partner with some private entities to provide that service, basically. And so the Taylors with the startup building, they've been trying, rather than taking it on ourselves, supporting them in that role. And part of the packet kind of talked about some of the successes, some of the companies that have started.
Right, I read
there
that part.
and run out, yeah. And so I think that's what I got was kind of the idea is they can do it better than we can, or we'd rather support them in doing it. And so this is a way to support them in that role that we want them to fulfill in.
I'm sorry, I had a phone call, but it was more along the lines of that we were not, as a city, picking necessarily winners and losers in the startup game, but we were creating an environment where they could compete and the winners could kind of come out of that process. And our only option was our only input was creating the space for them to come in and start up and have an opportunity. For example, Dev Mountain, I think, sold for $20 million. There was another one, Snap, I think, that sold for, there's quite a lot of good success stories that have come out of the startup building.
Mr. Stewart.
BDC, the money that we're putting in there was actually used to help start businesses. It was loan to small business, BDC, that's what it did. So we're taking BDC funds, right?
Yes.
And those funds were used for exactly that purpose, because there were winners and losers. So I liked your analogy with picked winners. BDC did pick winners and losers.
Yeah, in this case, we're not so much as we're creating an environment that will help them succeed on their own.
But the things that we did for the building were based on a loan, weren't they? A lot of those things originally, and this $50,000, could that be incorporated back into the loan rather than
Yeah, this was, unfortunately, the transformer was something that came up in the process. It was not something that they had anticipated. They were actually going to try to do some other things, but it's a health and safety issue to get the transformer out of the interior of the building. So that's why, Mr. Anders Taylor will be here tonight to ask him questions directly if you like. But as they were going through the process of remodeling the building, they found out that the transformer was stuck inside the building, and so it's $50,000 to take it outside pursuant to code and for health and safety reasons.
But I get your point, and I thought the same thing when I was reading through the document that, yes, we gave them a loan they took out the cabinet making business in the basement that was really helping fund the startup building. And they took out that piece of their income to allow more room for startups, which I think is great. And we ended up voting to help them and support them in redoing the basement. But I kind of feel a little bit that, with each thing that comes on, are they going to keep coming back to the city for help? Where I feel like some of these startups that have sold for $2 million, why don't they start putting back into the startup building? Why don't they start, you gave us our start, you gave us great rent, you gave us all of this opportunity. Why aren't they then giving back to the startup building? Why do they keep coming to the city for, well, can you take care of a transformer? Can you take care of this?
They want to create a dependency.
Right,
Ongoing.
and these startups that got their start at a very low cost and had the opportunity wherever they moved to, but the success I think is awesome. But have them give back. Why aren't they tapping those pockets with $2 million sales or however million? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If they're being successful, what they need, I feel like something does need to be built into the model where they're giving back.
I think that's probably an excellent point to raise with Mr. Taylor, is the fact that there is an opportunity for them to structure something that if they do succeed, then they're able to take something out. Maybe they get a reduced rate in the front and they risk losing a little bit if the business doesn't succeed, but if the business does succeed, then they get a little bit more on the back end.
Okay, would you feel better if we modify the motion to say this is the last money that we're giving them?
Last bite at the apple?
Yeah.
Well,
because I agree with you, this creating dependency, and that they should know that there's no more dependency if we do this. And it's coming from a fund that was really used for those same kind of purposes. That made me feel better about it.
I'm uncomfortable with an ultimatum personally, because they'll come back and there will be something else, and it's this question of let the startup building go.
I don't think it needs to be an ultimatum, but we could certainly let Mr. Taylor know that.
Or like you mentioned, why doesn't it get rolled into the loan that they're already paying back to the city? Or is there another way to do it than just give them the grant?
We could take a look at that, yeah. I mean, they just recently got a new appraisal on the property, so the building did come in at $2.2 million. So they have a little bit more equity now in the building, so our exposure is not quite as great as it was initially. And they are making payments. They have been making their payments.
Do you feel like this is something we should have covered, should have known when they took over the business and started doing what they're doing, or is this?
I'm not sure at what part in this process that they uncovered or discovered rather that the transformer was inside the building as opposed to being outside the building.
That's pretty hard to not know where a transformer that big is.
Yeah,
That's not.
I'm not.
Well, they can hide very well. I don't
know. I can ask Mr. Taylor before tonight's meeting.
I think it should be expressed, at least it sounds like the council is very much in favor of this being the last subsidy that we give to these, if at all. That hasn't been voted on yet.
So our motion right now is to
I don't think we need a motion because it's already on tonight's.
It's not for tonight.
Oh, it's not.
No, this item is on, it would be
3 weeks.
discussed in 3 weeks at a council meeting. Yeah.
I think actually we haven't voted on my motion yet, have we?
We have.
No, we haven't.
And then Mr. Taylor coming just to talk about it tonight then.
So, what,
I thought that there was, I was under the impression that there was an item tonight on the agenda, so.
so can you restate your motion?
Are you kidding? Would you restate your motion?
Yes, George moved that the reprogramming of these funds be heard at the June 7th council meeting.
Okay, and you didn't add anything to that, just that it would be heard at the June 7th? Okay.
So
Second?
I would add, I would second but modify, I would like them to bring back any options, including what if they paid half and put it on their, what they are already owing, and we paid half. Something more creative than us just paying it all.
Sure. I accept that amendment to my motion.
And I'll withdraw my original second and I the amendment. Can I have one more question? Is there a need, Dan, to keep these two items together? I mean, I don't want to hold up the sidewalk, I think all of us are agreeing on the sidewalk.
It's not needed. We put them together because they're coming from the same
Right.
fund, 273. But there's no particular thing tying them up together other than they're from the same fund. So you wanted to separate them.
Why don't I rescind that motion? You rescind your second, let's restate the motion. Is that okay? I'd like to move that we move the money for the Fourth West Street from the appropriate funding that has been described, not including that motion to startup,
And not to.
not include the startup. We'll do a separate motion on startup, we'll let you do that. Should we go ahead and go?
So move that forward to the June 7th meeting, just the sidewalk portion of this item. Is there a second? Mr. Van Buren, all in favor? That's unanimous in the affirmative, thank you.
I'll take a stab at the other, go ahead.
So,
I can't remember my motion, so you're ready than I am.
all right, in regards to the transformer relocation money, bringing that to the same meeting, but having the option presented to us that instead of us paying or paying for the full 50,000, that half of that be financed by them onto what they already owe, and that we pay the other. So we would pay the whole amount, but they would owe.
Pay back 25.
They would pay back 25.
Increasing their existing loan for another 25,000.
Yeah, so explore that possibility. I'd love to hear that.
Clarify one thing.
Where they got the loan from?
Us.
So it's, okay, that makes it.
It was $105,000 from the redevelopment agency and then $95,000 from the general fund.
I'm interpreting the way those two motions were made as meaning that at that meeting, there would actually be two separate resolutions on the agenda, one for each item. I just want to make sure that everybody, that's how everybody's.
Okay. Just discussing that motion, does it make sense, or do we need it to be that detailed, or can we just instruct staff to explore options?
Well, as long as they understand where we want to go, to bring us options. I mean, I'm not limiting it to that.
Okay.
So options is good.
That's one specific option you would like to
Yes.
see, but other
Yes.
options are welcome.
Yes. You want to second that?
Alright. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion is, unanimous in the affirmative. Carries. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so now, we don't have to reconvene in here, do we, for the RDA, or just give it to
Technically, we should.
Okay, I have a motion to adjourn as the municipal council, recess, I'm sorry, is the right word. Recess as the municipal council and reconvene as the redevelopment agency of Provo.
So many.
Thank you, Mr. Van Buren.
I'll second.
Second, thank you, Mr. Harden, all in favor? It's unanimous in the affirmative.
This is a discussion on a resolution of the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City Corporation approving the signature of a collateral assignment of parking lease to Key Bank, a collateral assignment of a joint development agreement and accompanying estoppel certificate 16-.063. David Wall.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the agency board. Forge Development, the owner and operator of 63 East Apartments, is seeking permanent financing for the project. As such, he has gone to Key Bank and requested a loan. You may remember that as part of this project, the agency had a small equity position. And when this happens, we will get our equity back of $150,000. We helped assemble the property, sold it to Forge, or to the original developer that Forge eventually inherited. Part of Key Bank's request is an estoppel certificate as well as the assignment of some obligations, including the parking obligations for 63 East. On the off chance that they default on their loan, residents in the structure would still have access to the parking spaces in the Wells Fargo building. That's the item that's here before you now, and I'm available for any questions.
Other questions, Mr. Walter? So our only responsibility here is because is to allow that to transfer to Key Bank. We don't assume any sort of
No, we don't assume any liability for the operation or any liability for the payments, and this doesn't obligate us to provide additional financing to Forge for this project.
Looking for a motion to move it to the first council meeting in June?
Actually, I think it's on tonight's agenda.
It's on tonight's agenda?
Yes, sir. They originally.
Move it tonight's agenda. Move it into a second. Mr. Sewell, all in favor?
Oh, you don't need to, yes, we don't need to.
We approved it, went on the agenda?
That's a good question, since it's not going through leadership, not through the RDA. So, I think it's not a big deal either way.
Let's get a motion that we put it on tonight's agenda, that we approve that it's on tonight's agenda. I think that's important.
So moved then.
Good second. All in favor? We're looking for a motion to reconvene as the city council.
Could I ask a question beforehand? In the documents, it sounded like there was an option for them to pay us back the $150.
Yes.
And they're saying, well, hey, we can do that now. What do you guys want to make this future revenue stream or get paid back in a lump sum? And we're choosing to do
the lump sum. We had the option that was in the joint development agreement when the project was initially started to get 5% of the net income over a period of time. So we would have been a small equity partner. Would have required us to, annually go through and see if they had hit their thresholds and the net income was available. Not that it would just roll over to the next year. This gives us an opportunity to have the money in hand that we could then potentially turn around and put into other downtown projects.
And so is that in any way related to the item that we're going to be voting on tonight, or that was just information?
It's just information. There is a fiscal impact. We will be receiving money as a result of this transaction, whether it's the $150,000. We talked with both the finance and administrative services director, and all of us concur that it'd probably be better to have the cash in hand.
Look at the motion to reconvene as a council, or to adjourn as a
recess. I think it was already moved and seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
The next item is the Provo City Community Development Department requests approval of the Provo City Moderate Income Housing Plan. This item will be introduced by Brian Matz.
Thank you. This item is a state mandated biennial report on housing and basically answering 4 questions. The efforts made by the city to reduce, mitigate, and eliminate local regulatory barriers to moderate income housing. B, actions taken by the city encourage preservation of existing moderate income housing, development of new moderate income housing. C, progress made within the city to provide moderate income housing is measured by permits issued for new units of moderate income housing. And finally, efforts made by the city to coordinate moderate income housing plans and actions with neighboring municipalities. The report was compiled, again, encompasses the 2-year period between 2014, 2015. And so it ends there in January. In compiling the numbers, we did note an error that had been made in the way our computer had registered units and the way they were codified into the system, or coded into the system. But and basically it's an instance would be like a startup crossing, which was 101 units. In the computer, it shows up as 01 because it doesn't have a place for the third digit. So right away, it was 100 units off. And we noticed that on a couple of other areas. And so we think we've gotten those straightened out now. So the great benefit of this report is it did get our numbers up, even though we've had some recent studies of which were done and were incorporated in this, an analysis of impediments to fair housing choice and Utah Valley Housing or Home Consortium Housing Needs Assessment. Use those old numbers. So hopefully we've got that. And it really shows that Provo even more exceeds what would be expected. There's no question that Provo meets all the state guidelines or intent on this one. We've never had a problem coming close. There are no real policy issues on this one that are put forth. The only thing that's really talked about is the need to update our housing element of our general plan. I think you talked about that in meetings before. And so that's kind of brought out in the study. But otherwise, it's pretty much a report. It gets into how it's measured and how we qualify. Any questions?
So in the RDA report, there was a mention of a program, federal program that's affirmatively forwarding fair housing.
Mm-hmm.
Does that affect what you do at all?
Yes, it overlaps quite a bit. There are just monies that are tied into that and ties back to the state. All the programs kind of are set up where you have to come up with a comprehensive, it's called a comprehensive plan, housing plan. So when we do a housing element, it again takes a lot of those elements and overlaps them. So there are requirements that we have to show that we're doing such things as getting rid of regulatory barriers to affordable housing, or that we're meeting certain standards and guidelines. So we do have to do that.
So it seems like part of this program, this federal program, is to look at communities, look at neighborhoods and say, you don't have enough of this type of housing in this area, and then they get a little pushy, or that's potentially what can happen, or because they want balance in the community.
Yes, I think overall they're looking at numbers. There are certain neighborhoods that qualify for certain programs, because of their income through the area. And so it's hard to answer that directly because certain programs have to go to certain areas rather than citywide programs. But a lot of the programs, the resolutions that the council has to agree to, that you're taking affirmative action toward fair housing, what it means is there's nothing I'm trying to think of a good example. I don't know if I can, but you're not putting up some artificial barrier that all of a sudden it's be termed redlining. You're not saying, okay, here's an area we're not even going to allow this to be considered. And so it's really looking for that you're not putting up those types of barriers, rather than you're going out and actively trying to put housing in some areas, if that makes sense.
I bring it up because there's people out there, one of which comes to this meeting occasionally, who says, hey, so have you been forced to change your zoning because of the federal government? And I said, no, that's never happened.
Yeah, there's rumors that that's going on. There's no edict that way. The state, is looking to make sure each community provides its fair share, but they don't dictate exactly where in the community that goes. And there are cities that have gotten in trouble because they haven't provided their fair share. First, there wasn't even a real penalty mentioned, so cities thought they could get away with it, and then finally got sued and changed that.
don't know if that.
Aren't there many communities in Utah County that aren't meeting their fair share?
No, it's different because you enter a consortium for some of these purposes, so that some of the communities, you wouldn't expect to go to Saratoga Springs, but the funds that would go to Saratoga Springs get joined into a consortium that it can be spent. You get more bang for the buck putting your money together, let's say that. So most of the counties, Salt Lake County, most of the cities in Salt Lake County anyway, and most of the Utah County all belong to a consortium to try and pool that money and make it more effective. So by nature, it usually goes to cities that can handle the services. And so you can't really say it's balanced out, but there's at least an agreement among the cities to play with that.
So do they get credit for because we're part of the consortium and they're part of the consortium?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just gonna say the flip side of that, Mr. Connect, is that we've been talking about housing and low and moderate income housing and things like that. And we've been saying that we need to have this conversation countywide on better distributing that. And so, it may be to the advantage of the county as a whole and us as a city that others are aware that they need to be providing these housing options.
Right, and you're saying that the mechanism right now is that they're kind of off the hook because we're doing it?
They're not totally off the hook, but in some areas it pulls them away from the microscope, I guess you'd want to say that. They still have to do things according to the state to provide zoning for higher density housing. The cities have got in trouble, just had like half-acre zoning, and wouldn't allow any other type of housing to go in. Right. Those are the ones, they'll pick those up in a heartbeat. There are people looking for those situations. And so they do have to do some things, but they don't have to build a housing project, the public one that way. That's where the consortium comes in that tries to spread around, much like the homeless shelters. That's an argument now with the state too. Are those spread out all over? Do you look at some cities that become the center, for homeless shelters and things like that?
I did not read every word of the moderate income housing plan, but I skimmed
You
through
wouldn't be
it.
awake any longer.
I read through it actually.
Yeah, and it seemed like a very well written. There's a lot of great data in there, and so for our housing committee, I recommend diving into that.
Yes, and I had that same thought, that we need to share that with our housing committee. I think I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you. We tried to show some differences in the way things are calculated out because it's good to understand those things.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
I did have a question. I can't remember if it's on page 9. I'm trying to bring up the document. I can't remember where I saw it because it's not on my SIRE, but it's not on my, thanks. So page 9, you talk about the extremely low income, that we're at 58% of supplying that. We have an overabundance of housing, but not enough for you don't have enough for the extreme low, but you have an overabundance of low to moderate. Is that where?
Yeah, it's a share of income. Technically, so I can think of this in the right way. The very extremely low income is still a percentage, but it's not a number. To say that right, it's measured on the median. And so conceivably, you could have 90% of your population, under one area or another. And so sometimes those don't always equate. If you go up to the moderate to the low moderate incomes, it won't be weighted the same as you think with the percentage. And I don't know if that's the question you're answering. It won't match the percentages.
Provo actually having a surplus of affordable rental housing for renter households in low income and very low income categories. However, for extremely low income households, which account for 15% of all households in the city, the need exceeds supply of units by about 40%. So is that those are the vouchers, those are the people that are using vouchers, that the need?
Vouchers are actually usually above that a little bit.
They're above that? Okay, because I hear conflicting things about those that with vouchers are having a hard time finding housing, but then you hear this, that we actually have a surplus of affordable rental housing for the low income and the very low income. So.
Yeah, and again, the number as to get too complicated, but a lot of the vouchers are based on your family size and some other things, 30% of your income. It's a combination of several different things. And the voucher, the plus side of the voucher program is you can find any home anywhere. It's not a designated home, as long as it's somebody that agrees to meet the requirement or the standards of of HUD, and then that you agree through the contract and set it up so a certain percentage of your income goes toward that, then the housing authority makes up the difference, or HUD makes up the difference. Right. And so that difference can vary, and that's the problem, is because you can find homes that are at this level and homes that are this level, which all qualify. And it's matching up the people at the right income levels by family size, and it gets very complicated because of that. And that's why it's almost a case-by-case basis. This statement was taken from the report that was done by the consortium. And what they looked at was, again, the overall county and the number of homes they had into the programs, and then what was available by percentages of those areas. And
so we're meeting 58% of the county's need
for
affordable, for the county's affordable rental needs for extremely low income households. We're meeting 58% of it.
And that's, I hope I'm answering your question or getting around to it. I apologize because it can get kind of complicated on the details, but we're one of those centers. The big cities are usually the ones that pull in those areas because of the other services that are available here, the other government services that come into play. And so by nature, it gets that way. Plus, in most cases, those also usually have the lowest, the extreme on the bottom end of the housing. Say that right, because there's such a difference as housing goes up in price one way, it usually shrinks some down to the lower end more than you would get averaging out in some of the other cities. And I don't know, is that even getting close to what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that. I think that's important for our committee to understand.
I would just add that that is a factor in why we only have 40% owner occupancy in our city, 60% rent.
Because we provide this housing.
Yeah, so
The county really, basically.
owner occupancy is an endangered species in Provo.
But one of the best things that could come out of a housing study is really get a definitive study of how much of it is student renters versus, non-student renters. If we could differentiate between those two, it'd give us, I think, a clear picture of where we are, because they kind of interlap a lot. And it's hard to get hard, pure numbers if you don't have that.
Well, but you can look at some of the other factors, like a couple of our schools, that are at 90% free and reduced lunch, and neighborhoods that are continually coming back to us saying, well, we can't handle this, this load anymore. And so I don't know that we need data beyond, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it would be helpful. It would be helpful to understand what the student brings back, but I feel like there's a real issue too on top of that, besides what the student population might bring to that there are some areas that are more affected than others, and how do we balance, how do we serve those areas better?
Well, if this makes you feel better, we did see a report from San Jose where their moderate income level is $250,000 income, so,
$250,000 was their median?
So, some if that helps at all, but no, that is a real problem. It's something that doesn't go away because it's a measurement that's always there. I mean, there's always going to be a percentage of your population is low, moderate income. You can't just erase it. And so,
I'm not saying I'm just saying, how do you manage that? How do you spread it out so that areas, so the schools aren't over and, are not feeling like they can't handle the, the impact, and certain areas and city services and all those other things. How do you manage that? How do we kind of spread that out better so that it can be managed better?
I think that should be one of our strongest goals, is to be able to do that and spread it out so we don't congregate everything down in an area.
Yeah, both for those that are in that, who are low or severely low or extremely low income, so that they get the services they need. They have adequate support around them to help, lift them, but also for those who are considered maybe more anchor families that there's a lot of need and they don't feel like they can stretch that thin anymore. So kind of.
This ties in with our looking at what's a healthy and balanced neighborhood. There's the social organizations that are struggling to work there. There's also what kind of housing is being built there. And what kind of housing do we need to build to perhaps create a better balance? And if it already has too much of one kind, then you probably don't want to add more of it. So you do an inventory.
And it is an interesting mix. I mean, we're interested to see the effect that some of the new apartment buildings have on those numbers too. Because a lot of those are low-income housing tax credit housing, but it's a broad range of people in there, from a young married couple that qualify, to ones who have single moms and different situations that way. So you really get a broad spectrum of users. But what we want to really do, and we're trying to track some of this through some of the owners as they rent out their units, is to try and see if we can get a better capsule of what that mix is. There's a disconnect between the way the census used to be done and the tying in of the incomes, where now they've separated the incomes into American Community Survey, which is just kind of spot surveys, and then it's extrapolated out what that means. It's not as good. You used to like those numbers tied down to the areas. You had a lot more specific numbers that really helped a lot. It's a state or a nationwide complaint on HUD systems that we can't implement them the same way they used to be able to respond real quickly to things, and now you've got to go do a lot of research, extrapolate the data out, almost do your own surveys, and it gets very onerous to try and come up with something.
Thank you. This item we will.
So you do need to, do a resolution to, I guess, adopt it. It is a general plan element in a sense. The client's gone. I thought it was open easier to explain, but it is tied into a general plan, so.
It's already on. Okay, all right, thank you very much. So the next item is a Christensen requests an ordinance text amendment to section 14.32 of the Provo City Code to allow for reuse of an existing commercial building in the residential conservation zone. And then there, I guess that's it. So I thought you had two of them. So this is Robert Mills, planner. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a ordinance amendment that was submitted by a citizen. They actually own it's kind of a combined residence and used to be a little neighborhood grocery store type thing on the corner of 2nd North and 4th East. That even though this is citywide, it would apply to only two specific locations that we've identified within the city. So in the RC zone, uses such as neighborhood grocery stores and things like that are not permitted uses, but there are two instances where at one time they were allowed, and this applicant would like to be able to institute something like that again. Ryan, if you can just scroll down one. So this is the actual location of the applicant's home and business. So this ordinance amendment actually introduces two new uses into the RC zone. One of which was originally suggested by the applicant, which is a neighborhood grocery store, and we've provided some specific performance standards and things like that for that. And then in meeting with the neighborhood, actually there was a little bit of grassroots organization that went on, and they suggested that they would like to have something like the Bicycle Collective come into their neighborhood, and they identified this area and this specific site as a perfect location. And so the neighborhood approached the owners to ask if they would be amenable to allowing that use as well to be added to the ordinance amendment. The owners were very grateful for that input and receptive to it. And so there are two specific uses that are being added to the grocery store, and then bicycle shop work area type of thing. And so those are the two uses that would be introduced into the RC zone as a part of this. If you scroll down one more, Brian. This is the other location that we identified. This is in the Franklin neighborhood on the corner of 6th West and 3rd South. Similar situation, existing home, and then an existing structure that was used for commercial use. It should be noted that these are the only structures that this would actually apply to. This ordinance amendment does not allow or provide for new commercial structures to be constructed in the RC zone. It just allows for existing commercial structures to be reutilized and integrated. We had the Planning Commission meeting on this. The neighborhood came out in full support to say that this is something that they really appreciated. The Joaquin neighborhood chair and vice chair spoke in support of this. The Franklin vice chair spoke in support. There was one concern by one resident in the Joaquin neighborhood. He lives very close, and he was concerned about parking because obviously there's no existing parking at that location. To kind of counter that, these are conditional uses, and so they would be allowed by a conditional use permit, and we would be able to regulate that through that. But overall, these types of uses, we would not anticipate a lot of people driving to these locations. The generation of people visiting these places would be in the neighborhood, either through bikes or through walking just down to the grocery store to grab something. So that's all I have. Question?
Is there an active interest in this other location?
I've spoken with the owner of this location. Actually, they don't have anything lined up right now, but they're waiting to see what happens with this ordinance. Okay.
So what do they want to do with this one, Christensen's?
So this is where, in the Christensen's ones, they've actually, they kind of have a tentative agreement with the Bicycle Collective.
So that is what they are.
Where the Bike Collective would come in, and they've done a lot of, clearing out. They've actually improved the site already. So I think there was some graffiti on the side, and they removed that, and definitely working on beautification.
But it's the same footprint, same building size. They can't build up or increase the footprint. It's the same existing building.
So they're just utilizing what's already there. And
So you're saying the collective would take the whole building and there would not be, you haven't got
So just the commercial structure portion of it, and then the residential portion would still be there.
So there's no store, no grocery store.
There's no grocery store. This would just allow that, if in the future, if the Bicycle Collective chose to, if their operation became too big or something like that, then it allows for another use to it.
This is already on our agenda for.
Yep. And it's for tonight?
No.
3 weeks?
3 weeks.
Since
So I've met with her and kind of threw it out on the Joaquin Facebook group, and it just lit up. People were really excited about this. We're taking baby steps on this. This is just opening up for existing structures. It's only going to possibly affect 2, but this kind of thing, we may want to look at allowing a corner grocery store in at least some of our neighborhoods. It's this kind of thing. And this is great. We get to see how this plays out. I actually kind of wish it was a grocery store, not the collective, but I think it's a good step. So I really support this, and I was overwhelmed with just how enthusiastic the neighborhood received this. I have to say though, I've got the collective in my neighborhood right now. We love it, but they have a parking lot, and it is used because it's not just the Joaquin neighbors that are going to use this. People are going to come from across the Provo to go and buy a bike or go and fix up their bike that has a flat they can't maybe ride it over, but they're going to drive it over. So I am a little worried about parking impact. It seems like Joaquin's always complaining about parking. So I thought that the staff report might have dismissed that a little bit too out of hand, in my opinion. And I'm surprised that there's not a little more worry by the neighbors. So, I think it'll work, but I think it will cause some parking problems. I think there will be some people that live across the street that are going to be annoyed that cars are going to be there more often than they want them to, parking on the street.
Go back, Ronnie has something.
Oh, I didn't see it.
So when that issue was raised in the planning commission meeting, staff didn't respond to it. Susan Kruger Barber did, who is a member of the community council or neighbor council. And her response was the parking problems in Joaquin go way beyond this property and this situation, and they intend to be coming in pretty soon as a neighborhood with some proposals on how they'd like to see their parking problem solved. It implied that maybe some type of parking permit program, which Joaquin needs. So, yeah, there's an endemic parking problem in Joaquin that needs to be handled with a larger perspective.
But is this gonna exacerbate it, or is the collective gonna suffer because people are gonna come in and want to buy a bike or whatever, and they can't even park because they don't have a permit?
This is far enough south, I would be surprised if we really get student parking in this area with wide streets and small blocks that we have in Provo. I think there'll be enough on-street parking to solve the need of the collective.
So the permit would be in this section of Joaquin?
No, I think the permit may, but if the permit program may have allowances for commercial businesses, that's very short term. Or meters may even go up around commercial businesses. I think they're going to bring forward those kinds of proposals, kind of suggestions to the council.
So it's a conditional use, but without any specific conditions, conditional uses are granted unless there's some, bona fide health and safety hazard. So once you grant this, how would you ever undo it if you felt there was a parking problem?
Well, there are criteria for granting a conditional use, and you can couch parking or any parking requirements in those criteria for the conditional use approval. If you find that it is having a bigger impact on the neighborhood than you expected in terms of commercial parking, you can revoke the permit. Now, I've never seen Provo City revoke a conditional use permit.
Right.
Yeah,
that's my point. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Next two items I'll just read in are Kevin Reich, representing Rubber Properties LLC, requests a zone change from residential conservation zone to the Del Coronado Pro zone, Pro 20 zone, 4.34 acres located at 177 South, 1000 West, in the Franklin neighborhood. And also Kevin Reich, representing Rubber Properties LLC, requests an ordinance amendment to Provo City Code Section 14.5020.040 to reduce the minimum project area size from 0.9 acres to 0.34 acre in order to build a new duplex on 0.34 acres located at 177 South, 1000 West in the residential conservation zone. And Ardmore.
So a little history on this one. The applicant came last year. If we can go to the site plan, next slide. He came last year proposing tearing down an existing single-family home on the property.
Keep going and slide into that item.
Keep going.
This?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, this is it?
Yeah. So there's a fourplex here and a single-family home there. He came in last year proposing tearing down the single-family home and building an additional fourplex. Came to council. At the time, that council, some of you were on it, denied that, but instructed him he needs to come back with a plan that works to redevelop that property to get rid of that the old single-family home. So this is that plan. He's come back with a duplex rather than a fourplex in place of that single-family home. To do that, he had to borrow a zone from the Mazer neighborhood that was used for a specific project there and adjust it a little bit to work with the acreage that he has available here. So those are his proposals to make this duplex happen. The Planning Commission approved the project plan and the conditional use permit that went along with this and have recommended approval on the zone and the ordinance amendment. Staff feels that this satisfies the council's request from last time to redevelop the property, improve the neighborhood. Part of the project would actually help improve the public right-of-way with increasing the sidewalk and the park strip on that corner, which would benefit the neighborhood as well. So I'll take any questions if you have them.
Is the single-family home dilapidated? I mean, is it something we want to?
Yes, the owner has let it kind of fall apart over the years.
It says 0.34 acres, that's how many square feet?
I need a calculator.
It's over 8,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be over.
Roughly 12,000.
Yeah. So if you're doing a duplex, normally you need 8,000 square feet for duplex.
Well, yeah, like within the LDR zone is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering why you had to go with a pro zone.
There's a lot of regulations in the LDR zone that he couldn't meet last time when he tried.
We went through every zone in the book, Dave, and this was the closest fit we could come up with. This
Okay.
requires the least amendments.
And that's good. I just think it's ironic that the pro zone is actually still serving some kind of purpose.
And that 0.34 is just under 15,000 square feet.
Okay. That's all I've got.
All right, thank you. The next two items are IHC Health Services requests a zoning map amendment from the one-family residential zone to the health care facility zone. The VRMC campus expansion comprising of approximately 1.46 acres of IHC Health Services owned property only, generally located between 800 North and 880 North, and between 250 West and 440 West. And IHC Health Services requests approval of a street vacation for 250 West and 880 North, generally located between 800 North to 940 North, and between 300 West to Freedom Boulevard, adjacent to property owned by IHC Health Services for future hospital expansion located in the one-family residential and healthcare facility zones. And Justin Wright.
Thank you. So the rezone portion, we've seen before that IHC has come before us and had several of the properties that they acquired in that area rezoned to the healthcare facility zone. And then since those times, they've acquired some additional properties that they didn't have at that time that they're now coming forth. It's these three parcels highlighted here in red. So the only remaining property that IHC doesn't have in this area is just this home right here. And so you can see them better there. Those are still in the single family zone, so they like to change them. The general plan map shows that those have been redesignated to the public facilities zone. So no conflict there. There's and those two parcels that get rezoned into the healthcare facility zone will just need to have a new plat done so that they're combined into one parcel, so they meet the lot size requirements for the healthcare facility zone. So that was the condition of approval from the planning commission recommended for that. If we go to the street vacation portion, to vacate 880 North and 250 West here. All the adjacent properties are owned by IHC, and so there's no need anymore for that local street that used to serve those single family homes, since they've been acquired and demolished and will be part of a future expansion of the hospital. When the subdivisions were created, those streets were dedicated to the city, and so when we vacate those, they go back to the property owners at that time, and so there's not a need for them to purchase them back from the city, since they were once dedicated to the city. So that's essentially what they're looking to do with these two items, is the rezone and the street vacation.
Just as a matter of clarity, what you've described is the normal, but there are streets in Provo that Provo City owns outright.
Correct. Yeah, so a good example of that was on 940 North, when they had that street right here vacated.
That was actually sold at that time. So when that was vacated, they had to purchase it back. So they worked through an agreement with the city to, instead of purchasing this corridor back from the city, that they dedicate land for the future expansion of 800 North. So that's a good example. Doing the research on this subdivision, that was just land that was dedicated. So they'll get that back.
So with it being dedicated to the city, is it that we don't have to sell it or that we can't sell it? It has to be given back. It has to be given back. Okay. But even though IHC wasn't the owners at that time,
it's whoever the subsequent owner of the time that it's being vacated.
Of each adjacent property?
Yeah, so if one property owner was on one side and another property on the other side, they would split it down the middle and half would be dedicated to that property owner and the other half to the other. But since they own the whole thing, they would get the whole.
This actually happens sometimes. I was just wondering, in the future, we may want to expand other things, expand a road, cut a corner here, another property take. It'd kind of be nice if, they would work with us as well. And they have. They have. These are just some issues that we dealt with on the Transportation Mobility Advisory Committee as well. So that just exploring.
Other questions? Thank you. Okay, we'll now consider a motion, to close the meeting, but first maybe Mr. Jones, if you'd like to explain the purpose of the closed meeting.
Yes, so there is an ongoing situation the city's been involved in that involves a threat of litigation against the city. As that is one of the purposes of approving the statute for a closed session to have a strategy session regarding usable litigation that would be appropriate to close the meeting at this time.
Is there a motion along those lines? Thank you, Mr. Van Buren. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Connect. All in favor? Voting is unanimous in the affirmative.
Did you want to move to the other room or stay?
Yes, so is that better for you if we move?
Today, yes, it'll be fine. We have time unless you